Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If DEKU Had Apex Enhancement Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sometimes, Izuku thinks that his own existence serves as proof of a higher power. He never admits it out loud, because Kaken would never let him hear the end of it, and well, it's a bit arrogant to say, isn't it? There's a god because it pays special attention to him in particular. He'd never be able to get it out with a straight face. But there are some times where the events of a day are just too much to happen on their own. There must be something else out there, something more, arranging the chess pieces along the fabric of existence and nudging them into alignment with Izuku's own life. A god, if you went for a deific-centric belief system. One that absolutely FNG hated him. Izuku thuds his head solidly against the wall of the train car. He's going to be late. He can feel it down to his bones, and he's broken them enough times to know when his bones are feeling something they shouldn't be feeling. Izuku swore to Mirio on his lucky limited edition 20th anniversary Mighty debut keychain that he wouldn't be late. And he wasn't going to be late. This lateness isn't his fault. He left early. He made his train with plenty of time to spare. He's innocent. And then boom. The universe tosses some cackling mustachioed gentleman who pairs a glitter cape with his godforsaken wingtips onto his car before it reaches its stop. With a sigh, Izuku digs his phone out of his pocket. Purple smog starts to leak from glitter cape's upraised palms and slowly, arduously begins to fill the cart. Low enough production rate that it won't be a problem, whatever it does. Izuku takes a Snapchat of him. Pathetic civilians, says Glitter Cape, with another high, raspy laugh. Izuku wonders if it would be inappropriate to offer him a honey lemon cough drop. Probably, right? He can never tell. I am Train King, king of the trains. He is not calling him that. The laugh gets louder. But you may call me your doom. He is not calling him that either. Instead, he captions his Snapchat with, and sends it to Aoyama. The reply is immediate. What villain is that? I was hoping you knew. Honey, if I knew him you'd know BC I would have clawed my own eyes out. I hope you're arresting him right now because that's a crime against fashion. How dare you make me look at him with my virgin eyes? He's no help. Heaving another sigh, Izuku lugs himself to his feet and walks up behind Glitter Cape. He doesn't seem to notice him. Instead, he raises his hands ever higher in godly fervor, as if he's trying to call down a strike from the heavens themselves. Tremble before my glorious me. Izuku kicks in the back of his knees. Ugh, says the Train King, king of the trains. He goes down hard. People cheer. Izuku sighs. I didn't really mean it, says Train King, whose real name is Kosuka. He kicks a bit against the metro car floor, morose, from where Izuku's handcuffed him to one of the rails. I just wanted a bit of attention. Try community theater next time, suggests Izuku. Maybe Shakespeare. Something dramatic. Kosuka sounds moderately flattered. Do you really think I could do theater? Sure. You can do anything you put your mind to. He pats him on the shoulder, for good measure. I believe in you. You really are as nice as they say, he says, sighing a bit. Shame we only met through this. Izuku also regrets meetings he has during active hostage situations. That's life for you. I rooted for you in the sports festival. Thank you. Through his lashes, Kosuka flashes him a hopeful look. I don't suppose we could call this one a hoopsie and let it slide? This was a hostage situation. This was a hostage situation, says Izuku. Then he adds, sorry. He has no idea why he's apologizing. No, I figured. He chews his lip a bit. Does prison have theater programs, do you think? Some do. You can always try to start one if there isn't one. I don't think I could. I've been told that I'm not much of a leader. So, Izuku shrugs. People will spend your entire life coming up with reasons why who you are isn't enough. It's better to just do it anyway and figure it out along the way. Chase what you're passionate about. Everything else follows. After a beat, he adds, what you're passionate about does not include hostage situations. It was a hoopsie, says Kosuke. He pinches his fingers until they're almost touching. A little hoopsie. It was a hostage situation. It was probably scary for a lot of the people here. They're just trying to go about their day, you know? He pats him on the shoulder a bit. I know that we sometimes do things we regret when we're hurting, but it's important that we take responsibility for who we are in our worst moments. It's how we grow. You're right. Kosuke sighs, lifting his head to look around the train car. I am very sorry, everyone. I lashed out irrationally and did not consider the consequences of my action. There's a round of half-hearted shrugs and murmurs. Most people are angling away from where Izuku's got him tied up like something horribly shameful and indecent is happening in this corner of the train car. The rest have camera phones glued to their hands and pointed threateningly in their direction. There is not a doubt in his mind that there's at least 5 live streams actively memorializing this moment in the public record. Izuku desperately does not want to trend again. Still, he covers up his irritation and offers an approving smile. You're on the right path. I'm very proud of you. Kosuke peeks up at him hopefully. Proud enough to come see my first theater production? The last time he was in prison, Naomasa had to pull him aside and explain, rather wearily, that some inmates took his very existence as an incitement to riot. Still, Kosuke hasn't even been charged yet, let alone sentenced. Maybe he can get him into a rehabilitation program instead. Sure. Hey, DEKU, heckles one of the passengers. Are you proud enough of me to come to my kid's violin recital? Another joins in. How about my art show? How about my wedding? Someone shouts from all the way down the train car. You can be the groom. God damn it. He's going to trend again. Brother in sunshine. You are trending. WTF is train king. Why are you going to his theater production? You're going to be late, aren't you? One of the most valuable qualities in a hero is mercy. Nice try. That keychain is mine. Sad face. Izuku's first act at their new candidate for office space is to test the strength of the front door by tripping directly into it. The results are promising. Very solid, sturdy. But he'd be able to kick through it like rice paper, of course, but that's a statement that's also true for the kind of doors they put on nuclear submarines. A person who did not possess the most powerful enhancement quirk in the history of the world would face more trouble. He opens the door like a normal human being and steps inside. DEKU is coming? Their realtor, Mrs. Mori, sniffs a bit. I'm afraid the owner has made it very clear that final approval is contingent on his name being on the lease. His steps falter in the doorway, smile flickering on his face. Mirio, for his part, doesn't waver in his cheerfulness. But Izuku's gotten to know him well enough to know when he's putting on a show. He'll be here. The term of lease for a commercial enterprise tends to be longer, she insists. She's told them that already. Multiple times. And penalties for breaking them are more severe. That too. Once you're both signed on, you will have difficulty undoing it. Mirio doesn't take the bait. We better find the right office then. I don't mean to discourage you, says Mrs. Mori. I may be speaking out of turn, but I have sons your age, and I feel I'd be doing a disservice if I didn't make sure you were aware of all the consequences of this. Starting a hero agency is a very big step. We're very excited for it, says Mirio, patiently. And we've thought it over plenty. We're ready. I heard that DEKU was in talks with Miruko's agency. That's just a rumor, interrupts Izuku. Mrs. Mori flushes and spins. Instantly, her demeanor changes. She's more open, more respectful. Just a dash of awe. It's Minute, certainly. She's probably not even conscious of it herself. She'd never think she meant to do it. They never mean it. Sorry I'm late, he says, a bit brusque. He forces a smile. Can't be Hero DEKU if he's not smiling. There was an incident on the train. Of course, DEKU-sama. She doesn't have any words of warning for him. The work of a hero never stops. I'm only a student still. He nods firmly towards Mirio. Lemillion would know better than me. The beat. Of course. The tension breaks as Mirio claps brightly, slinging an arm around his shoulders. He tugs him into his side. Well, how about that tour? Of course, every wall is reinforced with steel. The room she leads them through looks like a decommissioned bank vault that saw multiple murders before someone decided enough was enough and shut it down. It's spacious and dimly lit, and the door is thicker than Izuku's leg. There are independent filtration systems on all airflow from the outside to prevent the spread of aerosol poisonings. Mirio nods approvingly. Aerosol poisonings. Very elite. The unit is equipped with its own independent compressed air foam fire suppression system. All windows have already been converted to mirrored, bulletproof glass, and there's a room that's already suited for a medical wing. She flashes them a professional smile. At this price point, you can't find anything with as many features. You'll save a fortune on security measures. Izuku believes her. Why is it so cheap? It's less than half the price of any other office they've seen, but it's got better features for a hero office than anything they've found in any part of the city. Izuku was just about prepared to learn how to install bulletproof windows himself to save on the renovations. Ah, says Mrs. Mori. Her smile falters. It has a very colorful history. History? Asks Mirio, flicking the light switch experimentally. Sounds interesting. It is. She produces a handkerchief from her bag and dabs forcibly at her forehead. Very. Anywho, shall we see the bathrooms again? Oh, this will be good. What is the history? Mirio prods helpfully. Oh, well. Her face goes through some kind of journey. It is the sort of history whose existence I am legally obligated to disclose. We cannot wait for the legal disclosure. Yes, well. She visibly steals herself. You get a very generous space with many amenities perfectly suited for your needs at an incomparably low price point thanks to well. Mirio nods encouragingly. To all of the murders. He remains as bright as the sun. The murders. Yes. And the ghosts. If anything, he sounds more cheerful. Oh boy, ghosts. If you believe in that sort of thing, Mrs. Mori rushes to say. I of course do not. That'd be more believable if she hadn't crossed herself before passing the threshold of every room. Well, we sure do. Mirio slaps him on the shoulder merrily. Izuku's got plenty to keep him company. He regrets telling him that. Izuku does not need Hero DEKU deeply haunted, says Lemillion, splashed on the headline of every front page in the country. That was just a joke, he says quickly. What ghosts exactly? Well, she says. She blanches a bit. This is a decommissioned front for one of the old great Yakuza rings. They did, the usual. The usual Yakuza things. As the Yakuza does. We don't, says Mirio. What's the usual? Oh, well, she insists. They don't. Organ harvesting. Etc. Izuku resists the urge to laugh. Of course it is. This was an organ harvesting front? Etc., stresses Mrs. Mori. I'm certain the organ harvesting was exceedingly minor. And it's long been shut down and has since become the perfect office space for two prominent up-and-coming heroes like yourselves. She dabs forcefully at her forehead. Her handkerchief continues to do the work of champions. I think that if we bring in some flowers, perhaps, this entire place would be much brighter. Flowers make everything better, agrees Mirio. What about the ghosts? Oh, you know how these things are. A few dozen? Or hundred? Or so people are commercially dismembered in one place and people start making up all sorts of stories. I'm certain that it's all nonsense. She fans herself, startlingly pale. Would you mind if got a bit of air? I feel a chill. Take all the time you need, says Izuku. He shoots Mirio a look. My partner and I will talk it over and meet you outside in a few minutes. Yes, of course. If you have any questions, Mrs. Mori rallies like a true warrior, you need only ask. Then, she tucks her handkerchief back in her purse, straightens her blazer, and shuffles from the room with stress oozing from every muscle and joint of her body. The door slams closed behind her without anyone touching it. Mirio nudges a brownish-red stain on the ground with his shoe. I'm going to say it, he says, breaking the silence. The ambience is unmatched. Izuku collapses into breathless, helpless laughter. You don't think any murders happened in the offices, do you? Izuku, Mirio tells him with the utmost seriousness, I can say with 100% certainty that they did. Izuku shoves at him. Then he slowly begins to walk the perimeter of the room, looking up and down the walls with consideration. This must have been some kind of safe room. The entire floor is obscenely reinforced, but this room takes it to the extremes. I mean, it is perfect, says Izuku. He glances back at Mirio. And we get an entire floor to work with. And we can rest easy knowing that the ghosts that live inside your bones bring their own haunting. We won't know the difference. Izuku hurls his poor sacrificed keychain at him. Blasé, Mirio catches it in one hand, then turns it over in his palm in smug triumph. Pius, come live with me now. Only until the next time we need collateral, hisses Izuku. I'll get it back. Forever and ever. Senpai. Never to be parted again. I'll sign with Miruko, he threatens. I'll do it. Only a fool would ever willingly part with such a lovely and limited edition keek. Izuku lunges at him. Mirio catches him with one arm, snickering madly. All right. Calm down. You'll get it back. One day. Far, far, far in the future. He could drop-kick him into space. It wouldn't even be that hard. There's a small, faint smile on Mirio's face as he looks around the office. It feels right. Izuku's breath catches in his throat. It does. It really, really does. A second later, Mirio's shoe nudges his. Still with me? No, he deadpants. The ghosts got me. I meant with this. He gestures around them both. The entire plan. Still not too late to back out. You've got time before Declaration Day. Wow, says Izuku, feigning hurt. You're already trying to ditch me, senpai? I told my mom about you. Mirio doesn't take the bait. He just smiles breezily. You have a standing offer from almost every agency ranked in the top 100 in the country. And don't think I haven't noticed the offers from the States either. We dreamt up this agency a long time ago. A lot is different now. I won't be upset if it's not right for you anymore. Stop that. I already told you. I'm not saying it because I don't want to do this with you. I want to. But I also don't want you to have any regrets. I won't. We done. Before he can make a break for the door, Mirio steps in his path. Izuku, look. People are eyeing you for the next All Might. And I know that you hate it when people call you that, but it doesn't change the fact that they do. And I'm not blind to what they're saying about me either. The media's going to treat this like career suicide if you publicly hitch your wagon to mine, and you've got offers from better heroes. They're not better heroes. You know what I mean. He shrugs like it doesn't bother him. You've always been my biggest cheerleader since, the everything. And I don't want you to think I don't appreciate that. But sometimes you need to do what's best for you, yeah? I just want to make sure you're not sticking with me out of some kind of latent obligation for your old senpai. I'll be fine. Izuku brushes his knuckles against the wall. The office wall is scarred with paint chips and deep gouges in the plaster. In the strange twistings of his imagination, he thinks it somehow matches the scars that run along the length of his fingers. This office is nothing like the agencies that have made offers to him. It's grimy and faintly musty, and Izuku knows they're never going to be able to get some of the bloodstains out. It's going to be a no-name nothing they build from the ground up. The other agencies are sleek and clean, and chock full of people who are desperate for Izuku's approval. They're supposed to be everything he's ever wanted. But they don't have to got a Mirio. The prickling at his eyes surprises him. He doesn't cry so much anymore, not when there's anyone around to see it, at least. He realized a long time ago that he needed to start concealing the parts of him that people could chew at. Sometimes, it makes him wonder if he didn't grow up so much as hide the parts of him that were still young. He swipes at his eyes. I could have gotten an offer to work with All Might in his golden age, and I would have still turned it down to open this agency with you. His senpai's always been better at concealing his emotions than him. People always got confused about that, especially when they were next to each other. They were both always smiling. But Mirio's smile had always been armor. He wore it like a mask. Now, though, his smile is gone, and his eyes have started to grow distinctly shiny at the corners. Well, now I know you're lying, says Mirio, voice thick. He sniffs. Look, if you don't cry I may cry, and then a wet, rattling laugh courses through him. Oh, don't do that. Someone will take pictures. I'm already trending. Think of what the public will say. Sheet. We're doing this, aren't we? We're actually going through with this. Mirio shakes his head, sticking out one fist. To the future. This agency is a better future than Izuku had ever dreamed of. He thumps his knuckles solidly to Mirio's. Together. All the way. In his second year, not long after he won the sports festival, Heroes Digest ran an article on him. By that time, the world had been without All Might long enough for them to know that there wasn't a hero currently licensed that could replace him. They hadn't figured out that he couldn't be replaced. Instead, people began to feel afraid, and people who are afraid will start looking for a way to change that. And then the sports festival happened. And then Izuku swept the field with a quirk that was quite literally everything All Mights had been and then some. The article traced his entire career from his first public appearance at the previous sports festival, through what was publicly available about his busts, right up to a 6-page analysis of his performance in each round of the most recent competition and complete with glossy stills of him in action. Izuku had barely recognized himself in the pictures. It looked so little like the him he remembered. The article was titled, "The Next Symbol of Peace." It was stupid. He was still in school. He wasn't even fully licensed yet. He couldn't even be ranked yet, but there's some reporter was sticking him right up on the same pedestal as the greatest hero that had ever lived. They only did it because they were panicking about All Might's retirement. The article was nothing but a pain in his butt. His friends were nice enough about it. Ida and Uraraka were politely enthusiastic. Kaken exploded, but that's just how he participates in life. Todoroki had the front page of the article blown up, framed, and hung in the common room and then refused to take it down again. No force on heaven or earth could make him budge on the matter, and Izuku begged, pleaded, and threatened him long enough to know. When the article was mysteriously destroyed, probably by Kaken and definitely not by him, a replacement was up within the day, and Todoroki's bank account was such that he could do so indefinitely. When pressed, Todoroki just framed a picture that he took of his father's face when he first saw the news and hung it next to the article. When pressed further, he hung a picture of that time he and Izuku almost murdered each other on live TV. And then one of that other time he and Izuku almost murdered each other on live TV. And then the times that Uraraka and Kaken had almost killed each other on live TV, because by that point he found it funny. Izuku stopped asking before he found out what else Todoroki decided was worthy of being framed. As if matters weren't already bad enough, Aizawa called him in for a meeting that Izuku rapidly realized was an interrogation about whether he had anything to do with the article or knew about it ahead of time. When he finally convinced him that it was as much of a surprise to him as it was to everyone else, Aizawa looked at him for a long moment and told him, flat and firm, that Izuku had a great deal to learn still before he was ready to be any kind of hero at all, let alone a symbol of peace. I know, sensei, Izuku replied, because he hadn't needed Aizawa to tell him that to figure it out. I know. Come to me or one of the other teachers if the media or anyone else starts bothering you. The attention you get from this won't all be good. We're here to support you no matter what. Which was a much nicer way of saying, I better not see you in any more inflammatory newspaper articles than Izuku had expected. He was grateful for it. Within the same month, there was an article run that touched on the quiet debut of the new hero Lemillion. It was a middling think piece on an online blog that only received moderate attention. The prose was weak and tedious, conclusions poorly supported, and its reasoning relied on no small part in the revolutionary performance of one Midoriya Izuku at the UA Sports Festival. The article postulated that, with quirks finally reaching the theorized point of singularity, the stakes of heroics as a profession demanded that each new hero needed to reach greater heights of firepower to meet the surging ebb of powerful villains. Heroes like Midoriya Izuku, whose quirk had evolved past anything society had previously understood to be possible, would be needed to maintain peace in a society faced with an unprecedented threat of attack. As their conclusion, the author called for increased diligence on part of the Hero Public Safety Commission and stricter requirements for hero licensure going forward. After all, an imprudently licensed hero endangered not only their own life, but the lives of the civilians that needed them. It was sad. No one was saying it wasn't. Tagada Mirio had shown so much promise before his tragic accident. He would have been a great hero. But as it was, he should have never been licensed at all. A few decades ago, he may have been able to do what he did, but now? He was a tragedy in the making. Mankind had evolved too far past the point where it could allow for the first quirkless hero. Just look at people like Midoriya Izuku. As Mirio walks him back to you, it occurs to Izuku that this is the happiest day of his life, which is probably why things immediately and thoroughly go to shit. The weather's beautiful. Izuku is smiling. Mirio is laughing, head tossed back to the cloudless blue sky, and Uraraka isn't there, but Izuku still feels like he may float. He feels unburdened. Like there was something terrible and cumbersome weighing him down all these years, and he's finally laid it in the dirt and set it to rest. Which really meant it was stupid of him to not be on high alert. The conditions were perfect for violent and immediate universal intervention. In a gust, a bus tears past them, speeding far too fast for it to be safe. Its tires grind and scream against the asphalt, and he can hear the faint, receding screams of the people inside. It careens directly towards a group of elementary school students, crossing the street neatly in a line. His feet move without thinking. The bus's grill burns his fingers and his cheeks as he forces it to a stop, buried up to his ankles in ground-up asphalt. The front half of the bus crunches around him. Its back wheels come off the ground entirely, squealing and spinning in the empty air. Eventually, the engine bangs and pops, and the entire bus shudders as it dies. Izuku grits his teeth as the heat sears against his forearms. He eases it to the ground. Lemillion is already forcing the doors open and shoving his way inside. Got him. That's taken care of, then. The bus was hijacked, no doubt about it, but they've got the best hero Izuku knows to save them. And with such small fighting quarters, he would only get in the way. He turns his attention to the students instead. They are, quite understandably, experiencing total hysteria. Some have already made a break for the sidewalk, screaming and crying. A few are frozen in fear, but as the danger passes, they break down into shuddering sobs. There's a little girl collapsed on the ground behind him. She's close enough to touch. She stares at the twisted grille of the bus in empty, mute shock, trembling and silent. There's a pink bow in her hair and a picture of a unicorn on the front pocket of her overalls. The bus would have killed her first if he hadn't caught it. She reminds him of Eri. Their teacher mugs at him. Your DEKU. Oshitis. He flashes her a smile. Everything's all right. The kids sob louder. This is fair. We all need to move to a safe distance while my partner handles an emergency situation. All of these kids are 4 or 5, max. None of them move an inch, except for the ones who are running in circles and violently sobbing, which is another problem entirely. Izuku decides that he is sorely outnumbered and needs to deputize someone old enough to know all of the days of the week. He glances at their teacher. Ma'am? Please help me gather your kids and move them to a safe distance. She closes her mouth, which is progress. She opens it again, which is not. She closes it again. Open. Of course, but what about the people on the bus? My partner has the situation well in hand, he says with absolute confidence. Behind him, one of the hijackers soars through the open doors of the bus and slams face first into the asphalt. He does not get up again. Everyone to the sidewalk, Izuku says, cheerfully, as the bus rocks and jerks behind them. He scoops up the little girl and holds out his hand for another kid to grab onto. The little boy blinks moonishly at him. He snags 2 of Izuku's fingers with a quiet, awe-filled, wow. The girl grabs him by his shoulder as he walks them to safety. You're not gonna help? Nah, says Izuku. He shoots her a wink. Lemillion's the coolest hero I know. I just get in his way right now. I'm gonna make sure you all are okay while he takes care of the people on the bus, okay? The boy, now clinging to his pant leg, pipes up. I think you're the coolest though. He'll cry. He'll cry and then he'll trend for crying. It will be an entire thing and the thing will be humiliating. There's already too many edits of him sobbing in a violent and public fashion. He beams at him instead. Thank you. You're my favorite hero. They'll have to evacuate the street from a flash flood. Izuku chokes back his tears. That's very kind of you. Aoi, the boy supplies. Aoi, he says. They've reached the sidewalk. The teacher's already got most of the kids corralled to a corner a safe distance from the fighting. Once he's got these kids dropped off with the rest, he can go help restrain the hijackers until the police arrive. I hope that I'll be a good enough hero to make you proud, Aoi. Aoi's face goes bright red. Already are, he mumbles, wiping his face on Izuku's pant leg. It leaves a shiny trail of snot behind. Izuku considers it an honor. I'm Hana, whispers the girl. She fiddles with his collar. I think you're really cool too. He's going to humiliate himself in public again. I think you both are cool for how brave you were today. I wouldn't have been that brave when I was your age. Aoi takes immediate and great offense to this. Would too. They reach the rest of the students. Reluctantly, Aoi releases his pant leg, but he doesn't leave Izuku's side. Instead, he bounces a bit on the ball of his feet, gazing up at Izuku with wide and sincere eyes. I'm gonna be a hero too. When I'm big like you. This moment always hits him in the gut. We'll work together one day, Izuku promises. He shifts Hana slightly on his hip so he can hold out one fist to him. With a squeak, she jostles, her fingers slipping beneath his collar. I'm looking forward to it, Aoi. Aoi bursts out into violent tears. Hana, for her part, also bursts out into violent tears. These facts feel unrelated, somehow. The teacher's head snaps up at the sound. Oh no, DEKU-sama. I'm sorry, he squeaks. Then, he remembers he's supposed to be a confident up-and-coming hero. We're just a little overwhelmed is all. No, the teacher says, despairingly. She looks at Hana with a face full of dread. She can't control her quirk. On cue, the world begins to lurch and spin around him. Ah, says Izuku, a lot more calmly than he feels. As gentle as he can, he sets Hana on her feet, crouching so he can meet her eyes. Her face is a mess of tear tracks and snot, and she produces a small, rubbery black wristband from her unicorn pocket. A medical wristband. It warns that the wearer has an uncontrollable and dangerous touch-based quirk. On the skin of her left wrist, there's a faint ring of raw red skin. I'm sorry, she weeps. My wrist was itchy. I only for it. The world begins to blur into stakes of color and light. Hana stands no more than a foot in front of him, but he can barely make her out. Hey, he says, giving her one last smile. It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. I'm going to be just fine. She only sobs harder, which does not increase his confidence in this situation. The noise sounds distorted and strange when it reaches his ears, like it's coming from underwater. He forces his voice to stay cheerful. It wouldn't do any good to worry the kids. Emergency services will be here soon. That is probably true. When my partner comes out, could you please tell him what happened? He'll take it from there. He really hopes Mirio is fast. There's plenty of people out there who'd be more than happy to stroll up and kill him while he's unconscious, but he doesn't tell anyone that. It'd just worry them. If she replies, he doesn't hear it. His hearing dissolves to fuzz right as the world goes black, and he spares his last moment of consciousness to force himself into a backwards fall. Wouldn't want to land on one of the kids. He drops like a rock. Is he gonna be okay? The voice is oddly familiar, but Izuku can't figure out from where. His head hurts too much to think. The sunlight burns against the back of his eyelids. Someone prods his cheek. He's going to be just fine, Mirio promises. He prods Izuku's cheek again, because some people have boundaries and some people are Mirio. Izuku groans, pointedly. This was a miscalculation. It only encourages him. Wakey, wakey, he says, bright as the sun, while Izuku lays on the ground like a corpse. You had these kids worried, but I told them you'd bounce right back up like a bunny. He used to have so much blind respect for his senpai. Now, he regrets not punching him more in training. He peels open his eyes. Immediate failure. Immediate regret. The sun is something that hurts him now. It has that in common with his business partner. He squeezes his eyes shut again, decides that will only make Mirio poke him again, and lugs himself into a seated position as a compromise. Mirio slaps him on the shoulder. "How we feeling, champ?" "Peachy," he lies. His mouth tastes and feels like a desert that witnessed the death of an uncountable multitude of lizards. He scrubs at his eyes. "Are you sure he'll be okay?" says the voice again doubtfully. "He doesn't look okay." He knows that voice. Where does he know that voice from? "He'll be right as rain, no worries." He's one of UA's finest. The voice hits ranges only dogs and small animals should be able to hear. "Are you two heroes?" He knows that voice. Mirio laughs like a man still experiencing blissful ignorance. "Sure are. We're just in plain clothes right now." Finally, his vision clears. He drops his hand. Yeah, no, just as bad as he imagined. Worst case scenario by any stretch of the imagination. The vindictive god who took personal insult to his existence seems to have balanced out a day that was unimaginably good with a disaster so terrible that he never once thought to even worry about it. Which is saying a lot, considering the fact that his capacity for worrying was both broad and varied. The person who's talking to Mirio is him. It's a younger version of him. Tiny and freckled and green, with round cheeks stretched in an elated smile. This younger Izuku's eyes are red like he's been crying, but there's no sign of tears now. He's beaming. He bounces on his tiptoes, and the massive t-shirt he's wearing brushes at his knees in time. Izuku recognizes that shirt. It's his shirt. It was his limited edition 5th anniversary defeat of the Black Death commemorative t-shirt. Izuku waited in line for 7 hours to get it, and then cried for an hour when he somehow managed to snag the last one. It was his favorite All Might t-shirt. He kept it in pristine condition until his head pounds. He can't remember what happened to the shirt. He just remembers crying while he crammed it into the bottom of the trash can and lying to his mom when she asked why he stopped wearing it. His eyes flicker up to Hana's teacher, who stares at him in open and unconcealed fear. That does so little to inspire confidence in this situation. Izuku forces his voice to remain steady. "Lemillion, did anyone tell you what kind of quirk hit me?" He shakes his head. "Nope. They told me you'd wake up right as rain in a few minutes, but they were all a bit too shook up to tell me any of the details. I was going to try again once we all had a minute to calm down." Izuku hums, high-pitched and suggestive of the total and unmitigated insanity rapidly consuming him. No, don't worry about it. I already figured it out." "Course you did," says Mirio proudly. "You're the best quirk analyst I've ever met." His own attention locks on him. That's so weird. There he is, a younger Midoriya Izuku, tiny and cherubic and vibrating with the same amount of energy contained in an active volcano. He absolutely should not FING exist. You analyze quirks? That's amazing. Most heroes have their support do quirk analysis. I don't know any that do it themselves. God, why is he so bouncy? Was Izuku this bouncy? Is that your quirk, then? Or maybe it's a broader, intelligence-based quirk. Wow, he's just like you, says Mirio. Izuku valiantly tries to conceal the fact that he's losing his entire sheet. No, he croaks out, forcing himself to his feet. No, it's not that. Just a hobby. His own tiny face lights up like the sun. Izuku wonders if this is what existential horror feels like. That's even cooler, effuse young Izuku. Most heroes don't even bother learning, but it can be a real strategic advantage in the field. Izuku laughs and it does not at all sound insane. Yep, he remembers this. He started telling himself that when he was 7? His guidance counselor sat him down and told him that his insistence on being a hero was selfish and cruel and it was time to wake up and face reality, which is a normal response to the dreams of a 7-year-old. He wouldn't have anything to offer. He'd be useless. He'd be a liability to everyone and risk the lives of civilians if anyone was ever stupid enough to give him a license. He'd get people killed just because he wanted to feel special, and wasn't that wrong of him? Doesn't he feel bad? Izuku actually tried to give up on his dreams, that time. He tried so hard. He cried himself to sleep every single night for a week. He couldn't do it. He wanted it so bad. So he lied to himself that quirk analysis would be enough. He'd get good enough that he'd finally be enough for everyone, because it was his fault that he wasn't already. If he just found the piece of him that made everyone hate him, he could dig it out with his fingertips and replace it with something that people could love. He just didn't want to be useless anymore. The condensed little panic attack wearing his face does not seem to pick up on his descent into madness. What's your hero names? Can I get your autographs? And what's your quirks? Worst case scenario. Absolute nightmare scenario. The universe has outdone itself. He needs to get them all off this extremely public street before anyone says any more words. Izuku snaps his eyes to Mirio. Senpai. Oh, Mirio scratches the back of his neck. I don't actually have a quirk. Young Izuku goes deathly still. Kid? He tilts his head. You alright? Young Izuku still does not move. He does not blink. He barely even breathes. Kid? Young Izuku's face remains a still and vacant testament to the fact that Izuku's unlocked the ability to have two simultaneous and distinct panic attacks. Thanks, universe. He really needed that. He's going to need a minute, says Izuku. The good news is that Izuku already knows what Hana's quirk does. The bad news is that he has no idea what Hana's quirk does and neither does anything else. The baseline details are obvious and currently having the world's quietest existential crisis while standing statuesque on the sidewalk. Izuku knows the baseline details. The baseline details are giving him a headache. The real mechanics of her quirk? That's a mystery. If she touches someone, something happens to them. It doesn't happen every time. There's no real rhyme or reason as to why. No common denominator to indicate why it happened when she touched Izuku. But the result tends to be the same. Piece, a victim is broken off, spit out in a sudden rush of light like a printer ejecting a paper jam. A real walking, talking individual that is completely human according to all medical tests. There's never any real common denominator between the copies. Sometimes the copies come out as children, sometimes they're adults. It varies by the person, by the instance, but the copy is always younger than the original. At the end of it, the piece goes back where it came from, but they don't know what causes it. There isn't a set time limit. Once, a copy disappeared in the span of lunchtime, before her classmates' parents even arrived to pick up their child and the new, bonus child they would be getting as a surprise. And the longest one stayed? Hana's teacher chews on her own lip. We don't know. She only manifested her quirk 7 months ago. It's the copy it's still around. Izuku's stomach plummets to his shoes. They don't know what makes a copy go away. There's no way to make them disappear sooner. There's no way to know why exactly they were the version of the original that popped out. Hana's eyes are glued to her shoes. She flinches when Izuku crouches down next to her. It always makes him feel sick when people are afraid of him. Like a phantom pain. Hey, he says as gently as he can. You okay, Miss Hana? I'm sorry, she sniffles. Her chest heaves in a sob. I'm so sore. He catches her by the hands. None of that. It's a risk. He doesn't know if her quirk can activate twice, and his head's still pounding from the first time. But there's already one version of him to deal with. Having two, well, it won't make any real difference. People with uncontrollable touch-based quirks can go years without physical contact. It's supposed to be the hardest when the quirk first comes in. 1 minute, they can have all the love available to any child, and the next, not even their own parents will touch them. Some of them get control of their quirks. Not all of them. It's hard to practice control when no one will touch you. She reminds him so much of Eri. Her head snaps up. Nothing happens. He gives her a light squeeze to her hands and a bright smile. Everything's just fine. See? It was an accident, and you didn't hurt me. So don't be sad. I'm here. Hana lets out a soft, strangled cry. In a rush, she throws herself into his arms. Sobs rack through every inch of her body, and she clings to him like he's an anchor and she's at sea. Izuku hugs her back fiercely. Nothing's wrong, he lies. Over her shoulder, he stares at his own back. He wishes she had made any other version of him. Mirio nudges the younger him with his shoe. Is he okay? He needs a moment. Izuku. A longer moment, senpai. The copy manages to unfreeze himself like the waking terror. He is right when Izuku's almost convinced Mirio that it wouldn't be weird at all to just pick him up and carry him back to Izuku's mom's place. He zeroes in on Mirio with the unbridled passion of a dying star. Ah, says Mirio, noticing this. You're a hero, says young Izuku. He trembles visibly. His pupils are the size of dimes. Like a true hero, Mirio ignores how unbelievably weird the younger version of him is. Yep. A quirkless hero. An uncertain look flashes briefly across Mirio's face. Sure am. The problem is that there are a great many things that he decided he never needed to tell Mirio, and all of them are currently 4 feet tall and asking him invasive questions in the middle of a public street. Izuku needs to intervene. He has no idea how to intervene. He had a beautiful, carefully cultivated and meticulously maintained series of lies that were never supposed to bite him in the butt like this. Breathe. He can navigate this proverbial ship of a conversation into calmer waters, probably. And a real hero? Asks young Izuku with great skepticism. Professionally licensed and everything? And the conversation immediately crashes into the rocks. Fantastic. The person he admires most in the world now thinks he was a baby bigot. Mirio's smile stretches painfully thin. You want to see my license? The vibrating, somehow, intensifies. Yes. Izuku feels the house of cards he's used as the foundation of his life crashing down around his ears. Maybe we should do this somewhere else? Anywhere else. Literally anywhere else. That's a good idea, says Mirio, and he does not FNG move. Instead, he digs around in his pocket for his wallet. The young version of him has graduated from staring at him with the feverish eyes of a lifelong cane addict to clinging to his pant leg. Mirio, the greatest person he has ever known, ignores this. Then, Mirio, the stupidest person he has ever known, does the dumbest thing he could possibly do and actually hands the tiny version of him his hero license. Izuku's hand meets his forehead in joyous union. The copy snatches it from his grasp. He turns it over in his quivering hands, then ghosts his fingertips reverently over the laminate. Right over the place where it reads Quirk, none. You okay? Asks Mirio. He absolutely is not. Young Izuku drops like a rock. Do you know what's happening? Hisses Mirio, cradling the copy in his arms. Mirio gives Tiny him a little rock and makes a soothing noise, which is, Izuku feels, super weird to watch. It's only his best friend and business partner. Cradling. And rocking. While he watches. Mirio does not put down Tiny him. He can't put him down. The younger version of him jerked violently back into consciousness as soon as Mirio grabbed him, then snaked his wiry arms around his neck and started sobbing, passionately and with great volume. He then refused to let go. Izuku also wishes he was not this irreparably inconvenient in childhood, really. No, lies Izuku. I can tell you're lying. I'm not lying, lies Izuku. I cannot believe you right now. The copy finally pulls back, face blotchy and red. He doesn't let go of Mirio's neck. Mirio notices this and throws up a smile. Hey buddy. Feeling better? I've never been better in my life, says the young version of him, with cultish fervor. He touches Mirio's face reverently. Oh God, it somehow got worse. Mirio does not comment on any of this. He is the greatest man Izuku has ever known. That's great. I check the released hero licenses every quarter, babbles young Izuku. I don't know how I missed you, sir. I checked them 3 times. And there's a really good reason for that, says Mirio, letting him down to his feet. He hazards a glance at Izuku. The man is deeply and profoundly confused. Why don't you, me, and my partner here all go have a chat about it? Of course, says young Izuku. He throws himself into a deep bow. I would follow you anywhere, sir. It's a miracle he was not murdered in childhood. Okay, says Mirio. He pumps his fist, once. It's a distraction. He uses it to glare daggers at Izuku. Izuku does nothing, Because he's decided this is past the point where he can salvage this and has instead put his chips on the earth, rending asunder beneath him and swallowing him whole. It could happen. It's that kind of day. It's just, blurts young Izuku. He takes a step forward. There is a horrible, painful hope on his face. Quirkless. But you're a hero. Of course I am, says Mirio. Immediately, he kicks himself. Why would he plan on the earth swallowing him whole? He's so stupid and also not that lucky. Senpai. Because there's this thing, right? This thing Izuku should have done and didn't do. A confession he should have made to Mirio a long time ago. A thing he was too much of a coward to do. And that thing. No one was ever supposed to find out about that thing. Anyone can be a hero. Even someone without a quirk. He didn't tell him. He should have told him. Silent tears drip down the copy's face. Like me. Mirio freezes. Of course he does. He doesn't understand. He looks at Izuku. He looks at the copy. He looks back at Izuku. I'm quirkless too. And everyone says I can't be a hero. But it's everything I want to be. He presses closer to Mirio. Please. Can I be a hero too? He knows Mirio better than almost anyone else in his life. And that used to be a point of pride for him. Happiness. That the person he respected most in the world let him get so close. It hurts, this time, when he sees the moment that Mirio realizes it's true. That it's true, and Izuku never told him. If he owed it to anyone, he owed it to Mirio. Senpai, please, he whispers. I can explain. The look on Mirio's face flickers and shifts. The confusion falls away beneath the hard line of his jaw and Izuku doesn't know what the new look means. But he's seen it before. Mirio wore it when they brought Eri home. Turning back to the young version of him, Mirio crouches down on his knees and grips him by the shoulders. He stares at him dead in the eyes, and the other Izuku grips Mirio by the wrist and gazes desperately back. He spent so many years being eaten from the inside out by the feeling the younger version of him is wearing on his face. Midoriya Izuku, says Mirio without hesitation or doubt, you are going to grow up to be one of the greatest heroes the world has ever known. In the fading light of the sun, his younger self collapses to his knees, tears flowing freely down his cheeks and decorating the sidewalk below. The sound that comes out of him is animalistic. It's wretched and pained, and Izuku recognizes it. He grew it for years, somewhere dark and wet in the crevice of his chest. He looks away. He would follow Tagata Mirio to the ends of the earth. He is everything Izuku wants to be, and everything he once needed to have. But he has absolutely atrocious timing. In fact, the only thing that could make this situation worse. You already are. Would be to do that. Tada, says Mirio, essing his two arms towards Izuku like a showgirl presenting a grand prize. You're in the future. And this is you. Young Izuku stops crying. He sits up. He looks at Izuku. He looks back at Mirio. He looks back at Izuku. What? He croaks. So there's two quirkless heroes? Asks young Izuku, for the third time. He sits on the curb, knees drawn up to his chest, looking horrifically like a younger version of him in a horrifically public place. Emergency services have already roped off the surrounding area, but camera phones exist, and they exist to create problems for him. He's going to get back to the dorms with a secret love child splashed all over the news, and Todoroki will never shut up about it again. Today is a thing of nightmares. No, says Mirio, for the third time. He sits across from little Izuku, crisscross applesauce. He's just as cheerful as he was the first two times. It's a real kerfuffle, isn't it? We can discuss it at UA, Izuku says, also for the third time. Or, better, my mom's apartment. They both continue to ignore him. Izuku feels this is unfair. But you said I'm a hero. You are. But I'm quirkless. Therein lies the confusion, agrees Mirio. We are a very late bloomer, hisses Izuku. Okay? Happy now? Can we go? He hunches up his shoulders. Senpai, I am already trending. I think I understand, says young Izuku. He nods firmly. Great, says Mirio cheerfully. You two are just insane. Less great, says Mirio, in the exact same tone. Thank you for the momentary flash of fulfilled hopes and dreams, though, says young Izuku, climbing to his feet. He nods to them both amiably. I should be getting on. I should also inform you that it's a felony to falsely manifest yourself as a hero and a separate offense to carry counterfeit certifications. He shrugs, like it doesn't matter. Sort of was pretty great for me in like the 2 seconds where I believed you. Probably going to let that moment carry me through the rest of this year. So I won't tell the police. But you should not do that again. What if we just let him leave, wonders Izuku aloud. We could just do that. We are not doing that, says Mirio, in the exact same tone. Oh. So this is a kidnapping. I thought I passed the kidnapping and murder threshold already, young Izuku says to himself, kicking the asphalt glumly. My calculations were off. Oh my god, says Mirio, in the exact same tone. You should know I'll struggle and scream. Like a lot. And the police are right there, which raises my chances. You'd have better odds if you just left now and tried again later. He shrugs. I only have like one way I walk home, so there's decent odds. Mirio swivels his head to Izuku and mouths what the F dash? Izuku does not have an answer to this question that he feels is appropriate to say out loud. So this version of him already has his profound and lifelong distrust of all authority figures except All Might but especially the police. Either that, or he's hit the point where he starts covering up everything in his life so he won't add to his mom's stress. Or both. That puts him at what, age 8? Something like that? He can't tell. You change the way that you go home every day, says Izuku, rolling his eyes. Which I know because I'm you. But he's going to assume he knows that because he's been stalking him. You've put time into following me then, says young Izuku understandingly. I appreciate the effort and admire the planning. But really, I'm a very easy target. It'd be so much more convenient for you to try again another day. He's at least 8. That's when some kid in his class started leaving the kidnap RP murder statistics for quirkless children in his cubby, and Izuku responded how he always did, which was assuming the worst and aggressively planning for that eventuality. Which plan was this? Plan Q was terrible. You also wouldn't be able to get brass knuckles anywhere in time if we were actually kidnappers. I have no idea what you're talking about, young Izuku assures him, eyes darting to a nearby alley. Plan M is worse. We can both outrun you. Mirio stares at him in horror. You are somehow making this worse. He's going to try to bite you next, Izuku tells him. Young Izuku straightens, snapping his jaw shut. I was not. He was a really terrible liar as a child. The look Mirio gives him conveys he'll immediately and gorily murder him if he says that out loud. Izuku still considers it. Any way out of this conversation is appealing. Everyone calm down, says Mirio. He pinches the bridge of his nose. We're not going to hurt you. We're heroes. He says it like he's trying to convince himself. Of course you are, says young Izuku placatingly. His hand starts to skitter back towards the grass. That dirt isn't loose enough to effectively toss in his eyes. Oh my god, stop talking, hisses Mirio. How can you predict his every move but you can't convince him you don't want to kill him? He wants to kill me, says young Izuku with absolute confidence. You can see it in his eyes. Izuku does not deny this. He should deny this. He does not. He really needs to put this version of him somewhere no one can see him. He's so tiny. He's small enough that he could almost be mistaken for one of the 4 or 5-year-olds in the group, even though he must be almost twice their age. Izuku remembers being 10 or so and his mom crying for 3 days because the doctor told her he was dangerously underweight. This must have been before then. This version of him has scabs all over his elbows and knees. He hunches over when he moves, curls up tight against his core, like he's trying to make himself small. He used to make himself so small. Now to get him somewhere no one can see him without before another single living soul sees him. He turns, scanning the scene. Turning his back means he's probably jumped to plan C. No trying to kick Mirio in the ankles, he says without turning back around. He's got very strong ankles and impeccable reaction times. It wouldn't help. I wasn't going to do that. I can hear you lying. How are you doing that? Huffs young Izuku. Did you read my journals? Are you obsessed with me or something? Izuku finds he cares incredibly little for him now, in this moment. I wrote your journals. I'll give you bonus points for actually looking somewhat like me. This is well done. You should be very proud of yourselves. But I'm really not obsession material. I'm more of a crime of opportunity. This amount of effort is grossly disproportionate. Oh my God, says Izuku to the sky. He could GG himself. It's him. He can make this decision for them both. Okay, says Mirio. It sounds like his descent into madness is finally catching up to Izuku's. There's a lot to unpack there. Can we go back to when you'd follow me anywhere? Just for right now. Sorry, says young Izuku, sounding genuinely apologetic. If it makes you feel any better, for like 3.5 seconds, you were my favorite hero. Even better than All Might. I am going to cry very hard and earnestly about that later, replies Mirio, with every mark of sincerity. But for right now I am so uncontrollably concerned about everything you've said this entire time. I will immediately become not your problem if you just let me leave. It is a desperately tempting idea. Wouldn't do any good. We move when we're 12. You just get lost. He elects to omit the fact that it's because the people across the hall graduated from dirty looks to painting some kind of weird eugenics symbol on their front door. He never found out which one. Mom saw it first and muscled him out of the building. Whatever it was, it ended in a useless police report and living in a hotel until she found a new place. Mom cried for 2 months straight. Young Izuku takes this information under consideration. Not that I believe your insane future story or anything. That would be too convenient. But was it because of the Tanakas? They seem kind of eugenics-y. Izuku says nothing. I knew it, whispers young Izuku with a quiet conviction. Mirio groans at the sky. He needs to move this along. Come on. He points to the spot next to him. Front and center. I feel like I should say no. It will be a miracle if he is not murdered in this, his second childhood. If you come here, Izuku says very patiently, I'll prove to you this is the future. Feels like a trap. The police are right there. He says in a deep, calming breath. He is so calm here, in this nightmare scenario. Even if I wanted to hurt you, which I couldn't. Absolute confidence. They probably wouldn't stop you. Of course they wow, starts Mirio. Izuku cuts him off. It's public enough that it would affect their funding if they didn't. Little him takes this under consideration. Point in your favor. Then he stands up and joins him calmly. You have 90 seconds before Plan W. He's going to look like such an a-hole if he stands next to a kid faking a seizure and insists he's fine. What do you see? A street. Yeah. How'd you get here? The younger him goes silent and still. What's the last thing you remember? Presses Izuku. It's not being anywhere near here, is it? So. Young Izuku scuffs the street with his shoe. Things can affect memory. Don't even need a quirk to do it. But this is a public street. Good sight lines, visibility, lots of emergency personnel documenting the scene, none of whom have kicked us out, for the record, even though they already would have if we weren't supposed to be here. Instead, they're giving us plenty of space, which they wouldn't if we didn't have the authority to ask for it. The street is lined with shops that probably have front-facing cameras. Pretty chic spot for a kidnapping. Young Izuku immediately opens his mouth. Imagine our mother responding to us going missing. Izuku raises his eyebrows. Reevaluate whether or not anyone's looking. She would scream the police station down. She would scream the police station down, admits young Izuku. But you two could just be really incompetent kidnappers. Sun's setting, so if you were missing, which you aren't because you're me, she's already called the police. I could have grabbed you on the way to school and had all day before anyone noticed. Prime time to get rid of the body, agrees little him. He chews on his lip. Point in your favor. Izuku turns to face him. So we can agree that the circumstances do not point to kidnapping. Tiny him appears upset that he is not being kidnapped. It's not dispositive. This could all be some kind of psychic thought manipulation or hallucination quirk. I don't even know for certain if what I'm seeing is real. In which case you probably have no chance of survival, says Izuku, exasperated. So why don't we approach the situation like it's not that, and if it is, then there was already nothing you could have done, and if it isn't, then you've given yourself the best odds on the other possibilities. Mirio makes a small, pained noise. Can we pick a way to convince him that doesn't involve theorizing about his death? No, says young Izuku, thoughtfully. He's got a point. Albeit, all you've convinced me of is that this may not be a kidnapping. It doesn't mean I'm in the future. Finally, Izuku plops his phone in his hands. Nope, but the internet will tell you that you are. Go nuts. Why did you not start with that? Demands Mirio. Because it's him, and his entire way of life growing up was to resolutely ignore every single word coming out of the mouths of legitimately every single person in his life. Young Izuku regards it with open skepticism. You expect me to trust a phone that you were carrying? See? Think it through. I could have tampered with the phone, but I can't tamper with your searches. You decide what pops up, and the internet is way too big to effectively duplicate. He shrugs. Dates may be easy to change, I don't really know, but I couldn't anticipate every search you'd plug in there and come up with an internet's worth of fake results. A lot has changed. The news, forums, current events, it's all going to be really different. That's how you know it's real. You could have someone responding remotely. Young Izuku tries, but he doesn't have his heart in it. They could generate responses to my searches in real time. A good enough technoquirk may do it without a lag. But any falsified results would be intrinsically limited by the person with the quirk. And there has never been someone with an intelligence quirk powerful enough to spontaneously generate the same amount of unique information that would pop up with a single internet search. So the only plausible answer is that the results are as real as anything on the internet ever is. Izuku shrugs. Google around. Look at photos from HeroCon 5 years in the future. Check lotto numbers. Find out what new movies came out. See how hero rankings have changed. Just let me know when you've figured out that the world is different enough that it must be the future. Young Izuku mulls this over. I accept your terms. Then he plops himself back on the curb, curling himself around the phone. No peeking. Izuku buries his face in his hands and heaves a breath. A moment later, Mirio comes up at his side. Later. Just not in public. Please. Mirio stays horribly silent. Okay. Then, you know you can tell me anything, right? He doesn't meet his eyes. Of course I do. Izuku knows that the younger version of him has finally bought it when he says, very softly, your hero name is DEKU? Mirio will not stop giving him that FNG look. Yeah. It's hard to explain. It's different for us now. Young Izuku scoffs in quiet disbelief. He doesn't need to explain himself to himself. He huffs. All done? Convinced we're telling you the truth? Little him looks back down at his phone, face pale, jaw trembling. Just give me a second more. Sure. He scrubs at his eyes. He feels tired. His head hurts. He's lightheaded. And he just wants to go home and cry. Yeah. All the time you need. A minute passes. Who's train king? Izuku looks heavenward for strength. It doesn't matter. Done. Not yet. Another minute passes. Then, Izuku hears the soft, tinny voice of Present Mike playing over his speakers. Our championship round brings us one of the most anticipated matchups of the festival. On our left, the powerhouse from Class 2A, we have Midoriya Izuku. And on our right, also from Class 2A, we have returning finalist Todoroki Shudo. These two made quite a splash last year. Eraserhead, what do you think? I think that I've been incredibly XPLCT with both of these students that this is a school competition that should be completely non-lethal for all audience members and participants. The finalist round for that sports festival had almost been the most fun he had in the entire competition. He remembers standing across from Todoroki in the ring, the eyes of the world boring down on them both and just laughing. They'd been all jokes. He was standing there with his best friend, and neither of them had anything to prove anymore. Not after all that had happened. The world didn't matter. It was just the two of them and Izuku felt light. That being said, says Present Mike, we are going to take a brief intermission as we reinforce the stadium for increased spectator safety. Todoroki had rolled his eyes and yelled at him, from across the ring, "It's like they don't trust us or something." Izuku laughed and shouted back, "Do the reinforcements mean we can give them a real show? I'd like to remind both of these students that, finalist round or not, we can and will make them play mahjong for the gold if this is escalated past the point of safety." Aizawa made both of them fill out a form as to what competition that involved absolutely no physical contact they'd be able to compete in if they tried to kill each other on live TV again, and the school had to stop the match. Both of them wrote mahjong, on account that neither of them knew how to play mahjong. They thought it'd spice things up. Young Izuku watches the match in stone-faced silence. Oh my god! Oh my god! Todoroki Shudo is out of the ring. Midoriya's done it. He's done it. Midoriya Izuku has won the UA Sports Festival. They almost got the match ended early all over again. The teachers were just about to pull the plug when Izuku barely managed to force Todoroki over the line. Aizawa gave them cleaning duty together for a week for almost murdering each other despite multiple instructions to not murder each other, and lying about knowing how to play mahjong, which, to this day, Izuku does not know how he found out about. Before they hobbled off the destroyed arena together, arms slung over each other like drunken sailors, both had stopped to join hands, raise them in the air, bow, and wave jauntily as the audience roared their names. The act was heralded as a grand show of sportsmanship and unity in a time of rapidly increasing instability. More than once, he stumbled on a picture of the two of them beat to sheet and hand in hand being used on some internet post or another as a symbol of hope for the coming future. Endeavor exploded in the stands when he saw it, which was their actual motive behind it. There were multiple fires. The school had to ask him to leave. After seeing his father forcefully escorted out the arena, Todoroki collapsed onto the floor of the medical wing and laughed while Recovery Girl reamed them both out for almost murdering each other despite multiple instructions to not murder each other. Izuku ended up collapsing next to him. And he laughed and laughed. When the recording falls silent, Izuku gets up, walks over to where the copy sits, and stands over him. The phone screen has dimmed to black, and it reflects his younger self's empty stare back up to him. "So that's your quirk," says young Izuku. His voice is flat and emotionless, and he does not look up. "Our quirk," corrects Izuku. He buries his hands in his pockets and scuffs his shoe against the ground. "It's a big shock, I know." Young Izuku just scoffs again. He can't read the expression on his face. It scares him. "Believe us now?" He drags a hand through his hair. "Can we go somewhere that he can lock him in a room and never let anyone see him again until he figures out how to get rid of him?" Young Izuku nods. He's still pale, with a careful blankness to his face, and his shoulders tremble slightly when he moves. In a small, sure voice, he says, "I've thought about what you told me and what I've seen. And there's only one explanation: I'm dead." "Ah," says Mirio. Izuku rubs his forehead with the heel of his hand. "We should probably just call Mr. Aizawa. Izuku has a plan, and that plan will salvage everything and nothing else will go wrong. Hopefully. Please God. Fundamentally, this problem given flesh and blood is a quirk. The product of one, anyway. Mr. Aizawa can erase quirks. Some quirks. This quirk. Please let him be able to erase this quirk. He's going to stick the little issue in front of his teacher and have him erase him before he can say any more words out loud. And then everything will be fine. Everything will be fine." At first, Izuku thought the issue was going to be getting him to Mr. Aizawa, but that ended up being the least of his problems. Somehow, young Izuku got more cooperative upon deciding that he was dead. This was because he was, already dead, so it probably doesn't matter if I go with you because, I already died. "Okay, but you're not dead," says Mirio, again and with great exhaustion. "That's exactly what a hyper-realistic delusion generated by the last burst of chemicals spurting out of my dying gray matter would say," says young Izuku, kicking his feet off the edge of his hospital bed. "I won't hold it against you. Is it really easier for you to believe that you're dead than in the future?" Yes, hallucination number 1. Young Izuku nods calmly. So, do we wrap this up at some point, or is this just all the afterlife is? How did he get downgraded to hallucination number 2 by literally himself? You're not dead, interrupts Izuku. He has to close his eyes against the burn of the fluorescence. His head is pounding. The room is spinning. These are the least of his concerns. You're not hallucinating. You're just a memory of who I used to be. A very long time ago. There is absolutely no way we are the same person, says young Izuku, very patiently, like he's explaining something to a child who is both young and stupid. But somehow, we look the same, have the same name, and you're the same age I would be if this were the year it supposedly is. Everyone and everything indicates you should be me. But you can't be me. So you must be fabricated imaginings inhabiting some kind of mental hellscape, probably specifically tailored to torment me or something. Like it's a wonderful life. I've accepted this fact. Can we get a move on with this? What do you think happens in It's a Wonderful Life? Demands Izuku. Mirio hastens to intervene. What he means to say is, he scratches his head, yeah, no, I've got nothing. What do you think happens in It's a Wonderful Life? Young Izuku ignores him. I've expanded my theory to the fact that I may just be in a coma and you're the product of my rich internal world. If that makes you feel better. It does not, says Izuku. Young Izuku shrugs like there's nothing more that he can do. Izuku's head pounds like a brass drum. Maybe he could just put him in a room until Mr. Aizawa erases him. A locked room. Without windows. And extensively soundproofed. Do you think if I jumped off the building, I'd be able to fly? You're supposed to be able to control your dreams when you figure out it's a dream, right? Please do not try, says Mirio. The door to the infirmary swings open behind them. Recovery Girl hobbles into view and wields her cane at him in a threatening fashion, which Izuku feels is unfair. What did you break this time? Mr. Aizawa arrives on her heels. Nothing. At the same time, Mirio says, my heart, probably. He is really not helping. You are really not helping. I think they suffer from communication issues, inserts young Izuku. But that's just a first impression. Izuku freezes. Mirio freezes. Recovery Girl stares at young Izuku. Mr. Aizawa stares at young Izuku. Young Izuku gives them both a jaunty wave. Mr. Aizawa turns to Izuku. Why? This time it really isn't my fault, protests Izuku, weakly. He turns to Mirio. Why? I was busy stopping a bus hijacking, says Mirio, tossing up his hands defensively and backing away. Quickly he adds, I'd also like to take this moment to remind everyone I am no longer a student and cannot be punished by the school. Mr. Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose, which is fair, really. He takes a deep breath. In the next 3 seconds, I need to know if that's Midoriya's clone, younger brother, secret child I'm only just finding out about, actually him from the past, or a sentient quirk manifestation of his past self whose presence here cannot change the past. Go. The last one, says Izuku. At the same time, young Izuku says, none of the above. Mr. Aizawa releases his nose and stares at his younger self. He thinks he's dead, explains Mirio, sighing. Or in a coma, adds young Izuku, helpfully. Mr. Aizawa stares at his younger self in wordless exhaustion. Izuku feels his throat tighten with stress. Before he can think, his feet edge him slightly between his teacher and his younger self. As he moves, he stumbles a bit on the linoleum, head buzzing in time with the lights. Sensei he's a bit overwhelmed. Confused. Really confused. He won't be trouble. I can take care of it. Wow. He does not like the look that Mr. Aizawa gives him in response. After a beat of whatever that look was, Mr. Aizawa gives a small, short nod and walks past him, kneeling at the base of the hospital bed where the younger version of him sits. His throat gets tighter. Hey kid. Mr. Aizawa's voice, somehow, takes Izuku aback. He can't put his finger on why. It reminds him of how he talks to Eri. This must be a lot, huh? Not really, says young Izuku. He draws his knees up to his chest and scoots away from Mr. Aizawa, until his eyes are almost hidden behind his legs. Being dead or in a coma is very freeing. Mr. Aizawa appears unmoved. That's so. There's no real consequences for my actions anymore. I can sort of let loose. There are so many consequences for his actions and Izuku has to deal with all of them. He needs to do something before this tiny nightmare says all the things he shouldn't say. Mr. Aizawa, I was hoping you could just. He gestures vaguely at his eyes, then his hair, then at the younger version of him, because that's nicer than verbally asking him to eradicate his younger self's existence in front of him, and see if that works? He adds, I was really hoping that would work. Ah, says young Izuku nodding gravely. He brought me here so you could execute me. That tracks with what I know of hallucination number 2. It's not an execution, Izuku snaps, a bit too hard. He seeks in a long breath. You're a quirk. Mr. Aizawa can erase quirks. Please God in heaven just erase him. I'm not sure that's. Young Izuku interrupts him. No, it's okay. I was actually wondering if we could get on with things. Mr. Aizawa stares at him. What do you mean by that? If I'm in a coma, I should really just move on, he insists. It'd be better for my mom if she could just close the book on this entire situation, so to speak. Is there someone I can speak to about this? If that little walking-talking problem generator says that in front of his mom, she will literally never stop crying again. He has to get rid of him. Please stop talking, he begs. That hallucination wants to kill me, young Izuku informs Mr. Aizawa, matter-of-factly. You can see it in his eyes. He may actually cry. I do not want to kill you. You brought me here for execution. It's not an execution. Izuku snaps. You're just going away forever. Easy, murmurs Mr. Aizawa. He really hates the look he flashes him. Why do you think that it would be better for your mom? This throws little him. It also throws him, but no one cares about that. Huh. I've met your mother. From what I saw, she seems to love you a great deal. If you were in a coma, I think she'd much rather you wake up. Oh. He shrugs. She'd get over it soon enough and life would get a lot better for her. Everyone says so. Izuku sits down hard on the infirmary floor and buries his face in his hands. Mr. Aizawa doesn't say anything. And if I'm dead, it feels silly to keep interacting with beautiful impossibilities in a strange world created to taunt me. Like playing pretend. I'd rather just move on to whatever comes next, if it's all the same to you. I am literally begging you to stop talking. Mr. Aizawa doesn't look up. Tagata, how about you take Midoriya outside for some air while we sort things out? And what Izuku means to say is, I'm very sorry for the unprofessional behavior, Mr. Aizawa. I was just a little overwhelmed, but I feel it's important for me to help resolve this situation as quickly as possible. Instead, what he says is, I cannot leave him alone with people, like he may actually cry. His head is spinning again. It just makes him want to cry harder. Mr. Aizawa's stare flickers to him for another second too long. He turns back to young Izuku. Why are you so convinced this can't be real? Dry as dust. Besides the fact that it's absolutely crazy to believe two beautiful strangers who walk up to you and tell you that you're in a future that's so unrealistically perfect it might as well be self-insert fanfiction? He jabs a finger in Izuku's direction. There's absolutely no way that guy is me. Mr. Aizawa takes a bracing breath. Okay, but that is you, says Mirio, sounding like he may cry now. We've covered this, hallucination number 1. Young Izuku sounds tired. I'm quirkless. He has, apparently, the quirk of God. We are not the same. Izuku laughs in total and unmitigated hysteria and crams his fingers in his hair. That's exactly what he should not have said. Okay, says Mr. Aizawa, sounding like he's catching up to the descent into madness everyone's participating in today. Let's all calm down and take a step back. Izuku has never been less calm in his life. For the last time, we were a late bloomer. No one is that much of a late bloomer, says little him, exasperated. And we have the toe bone. It was a very unique mutation. I'm honestly a little disappointed in my dying subconscious, says young Izuku, to no one in particular. It didn't even try to make hallucination me believable. You could have told me that I was sold to one direction and it would have the same level of realism. Is this a panic attack? This feels like a panic attack. Mr. Aizawa, I am begging you to erase him. Okay, says Mr. Aizawa, raising one hand. Everyone stop now. No one say anything else. And get this, it works. Bless that man, Izuku wishes he did that 5 minutes ago and also forgets everything he heard here today. Mr. Aizawa takes several deep breaths, closes his eyes, and opens them again. When he does, he's looking at Izuku, which is the option that Izuku wanted the least. Have you been checked out yet? The question throws him. No? I'm not hurt, sensei. He looks unimpressed. Your forearms are bleeding. But I hit a bus. You were hit by a bus? Izuku takes a moment to consider the matter. No, I definitely hit the bus. Ah, disappointment, his familiar friend. On a bed, Midoriya. I really don't need to be seen, says Izuku as he rolls to his feet. I just need. He nods to Little Him. Little Him bares his teeth in a snarl. Bed, Midoriya. Recovery girl will patch you up. With a sigh, Izuku takes a step towards the bed. His legs give out under him. Sheet, says Mirio, diving forward to catch him. He succeeds. Thank God, Izuku hasn't ruined their relationship to the point where he lets him eat it in the infirmary. But that may just be because Mirio is the sparkling pinnacle of mankind and will save someone who's irredeemably effed their brotherhood for the rest of time. All of a sudden, Mr. Aizawa is on his other side, hoisting him up by the other elbow. He doesn't remember him moving. There's a gap in his memory in the moment Mr. Aizawa must have grabbed him in, and all at once, he's there, lugging him to one of the beds. Recovery girl. A new way to be humiliated. Sorry. What happened? I may be a little dizzy? The bed beneath him starts spinning, but he's done this rodeo enough times to know that spinning is not one of the features of the infirmary beds. That is in his head. He's going to either pass out or throw up soon, or both, unless he can will himself through. He starts willing himself through. I'm okay, really. I dream of the day that you say that and it's true, deadpans Mr. Aizawa. Don't move. Recovery girl. Already ready, she says, wheeling one of the diagnostic machines over to him. I should start doing this whenever I see him. His cheeks burn hotter. I'm not that bad. Let's all calm down, says Mirio, all of a sudden. He's staring off at the other bed, where young Izuku is still seated. Mr. Aizawa follows his gaze. He nods. Whatever Tiny Him is doing, he needs to stop doing it. Both Mirio and Mr. Aizawa retreat while Recovery Girl sets up the diagnostic machine, and Izuku does his best to lay still and breathe evenly while it does its work. It'd be easier if the bed wasn't doing its best impression of a ship in a storm, but he grits his teeth and forces himself not to move. He'd hate to waste any more of their time on what's ultimately only a few scrapes and burns just because he effed up the scan. The diagnostic machine starts flashing what Todoroki has, lovingly dubbed Nuclear Holocaust Red, and setting off its foghorn alarm that means there's a medical emergency ongoing. Recovery Girl stares at the screen in dead silence. Midoriya, she says very calmly. How did you lose that much blood? Huh, says Izuku looking at the screen himself. He should have more blood than that. And he should weigh a lot more. He looks down at his arms. Nope, still only minor scrapes and burns. Definitely Skinner, come to think of it. I don't really, he looks at Mirio. Do you remember me losing? Mirio shakes his head in mute exhaustion. Izuku looks back at Recovery Girl. Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. She stomps back to her supplies. You need a blood transfusion. They keep a supply of his blood type on hand for exactly this reason. A beat passes. But where did the blood go? He would have noticed, right? Probably. People usually can tell when they're losing that much blood, don't they? He noticed feeling like shit, but that's not super unusual for him. But he tends to notice when the blood ruins his clothes, which it didn't. She hobbles back, blood bag in hand. Then she starts setting up the transfusion. Never mind that, how did you walk back here in such a condition? Izuku considers this. He looks down at his legs. He looks back at Recovery Girl. With my legs, he says. Recovery girl sighs the way she tends to when Izuku is in her infirmary. I am retiring because of this class, Eraserhead. This is fair. It makes sense though, says Mirio, headped. He's looking at the younger version of him. I mean, he needed to come from somewhere. Izuku stares blearily at the ceiling. He stole my effing blood? It's my blood, snaps little him. He sounds unnerved. You're just a hallucination. You don't get blood. Midoriya could not have lost enough blood and body mass to create an entirely separate person. Recovery girl sounds viscerally horrified the way she tends to when Izuku is in her infirmary. Says Izuku. He shrugs, because the world's getting blurry enough that he feels somewhat detached from his problems. I was pretty scrawny as a kid. A beat passes as she considers this. We may need to transfer him to Mustafesu General. That is a gross overreaction. I just need a nap. You don't need a nap, you need blood. She takes a deep breath. I need to run some tests. Or, says Izuku quite reasonably, Mr. Aizawa could erase the quirk and all of the missing blood would simply come home to me. Probably. Young Izuku hisses at him like a rabid cat and tucks himself even further behind his legs. Stop trying to steal my blood. It's my blood, Izuku snaps, forcing himself up on his elbows. Didn't you want to speed things up like 2 seconds ago? I'm speeding things up. Just because I want to speed things up doesn't mean I want you to get my blood. Mr. Aizawa rubs his forehead with the heel of his hand. Midoriya, stop antagonizing yourself. He's bickering like a child with a literal child. He flushes even brighter red. Sorry, sensei. It's okay, he says, which surprises him. This must be a lot for both of you. But right now we need to focus on getting you better. Everything else comes next. He still wants to cry. What about? Getting rid of that stupid tiny him doing his absolute best to ruin a 200-year-old secret that he doesn't even know. The look Mr. Aizawa gives him is not reassuring in the slightest. We'll take care of it, kid. The cardinal rule of heroics is triage. Prioritize problems based on how immediate and destructive they are. Stop the bleeding, take out the gunman, put out the fire, whatever it is. Then you start picking up the pieces and figuring out where you left the glue. Shoyuta already fumbled the immediate issue. From the second he walked into the wing, Midoriya was acting off. He was pale and shaking. His behavior was strange. He should have put him in a bed and gotten him a diagnostic as his first act. Instead, all he did was let him get worked up fighting with himself. Medical emergency first. Then, everything else wrong with this situation. He has to rethink the entire last 3 years. Trish, prioritize his issues. He's got another Midoriya here to deal with, so it's time to focus on the bonus problem child. When he does, Midoriya noticeably stiffens. His eyes track their every move. He's scared shitless of anyone talking to his childhood self. That's a problem. But it's another thing he's going to have to shuffle down the triage line. For all his bravado, the younger Midoriya Izuku shrinks back when Shuta's attention turns on him. He still tries to make a go at acting unconcerned. He meets Shuta's eye directly, but that doesn't mean that Shoyuta misses how badly the kid's hand is shaking. He also doesn't miss any of the other red flags in the verifiable bouquet of warning signs this kid is shooting off. Midoriya was grossly, obviously underweight in childhood. That's nothing like the student he knows. Midoriya walked into his class day 1 looking like he had a professional managing his training. He had more muscle built up than almost anyone else in the class, and it was all useful muscle. Not the show-off, aesthetic muscle on some bodybuilders that just doesn't work in a fight. No, Midoriya had gone after his training plainly with the intent of making a body that could handle combat. He assumed the kid's family had invested in some kind of personal trainer to make it happen. That was common enough in families whose children had impressive quirks. It was considered an investment. Give the kid what they need to become a hero, then get it all back and then some when they go pro. He was more miffed that they put it to weight training instead of quirk training than anything else. This version of Midoriya looks like a stiff wind may blow him over. He's too pale, and holding himself too stiffly to pass off as detached about this all as this kid seems to want him to believe he is. The way he watches Shuta's every move. He needs to rethink the entire last 3 years. But first, recovery girl? Can you give our guest a checkup too? What? Says Chio. Much more nervously, the problem child shoots up and says, what? Recovery girl wheels on him. Stop moving. You are a medical disaster. Lay back down. Midoriya ignores her. He only arrived after the fight. He didn't get hurt. But he's moving like he's hurt. He's trying to hide it, obviously, but he's not quite as good at it as his older self. Shoyuta has spent the last 3 years banging his head into a wall and wondering where the kid who broke more bones than the rest of the class combined learned to hide his injuries. Now that he may be staring the answer in the face, he regrets not asking. Just a checkup. As a precaution. It's a bit. Recovery girl glances at the double. It's not protocol for this sort of situation. She means that no one in their right mind would give a checkup to a sentient quirk. It'd be like trying to give Dark Shadow a physical. A sentient quirk isn't supposed to be able to get hurt the way a person can be. But no one wants to tell something that looks and acts like a traumatized grade school student that they don't count as human, per se. The younger Midoriya inspects him with a gaze that doesn't belong on a kid. No, he says after a moment. No, they're right. I'm good. Shoyuta narrows his eyes. What do you mean? I mean that I'm already dead or in a coma, says the younger Midoriya, a bit annoyed. And if what these guys say is true, then I'm not actually a human person. It'd be stupid to give me a checkup. You don't think you're a person? I think that I'm dead or in a coma. The younger Midoriya pulls his knees tighter to himself. But if I am quirk-produced, then I'm not really here. I'm just I don't know. A highly sophisticated AI that's preset to run as myself at a certain age. Whatever this is, there's no point in a checkup. Do you feel like a person? If I was a highly sophisticated AI of myself, I'd say I did whether or not I did, he points out. Interesting. His quirk theory's dead on, and also at a level that the majority of people don't normally reach unless they have personal experience with a sentient quirk. Most people just don't care enough to learn it. Technically speaking, quirks can't make a person, especially not a separate duplicate of a person already in existence. What they can make is a non-human replica that behaves the same way the human source would. Personally, the arguments were always a bit too philosophical for Shuta's sake. It got into whether the human soul could ever be divided or created by man and always seemed to conclude that human life couldn't be generated or duplicated by a quirk because it made people uncomfortable to think it could be. It was all a bit too ivory tower for him. Whatever quirk theorists said, Shuta spent enough time around Dark Shadow and Tokoyami to know that they were very separate, distinct students whose needs needed to be considered individually. Shoyuta crosses back to the kid's bed, crouching at the foot again. He gives him ample space as he does, but he doesn't miss the fact that the kid still broadens it by scooching back another inch. So you always knew a lot about quirks, huh? The kid just hides his face in his knees. If you're referring to the soulless knockoff over there, then I claim no affiliation with him. Midoriya makes a pained noise. Can you do me a favor and humor me, kid? The younger Midoriya doesn't move. Just to set my mind at ease. He remains buried in his knees. Right when he's about to try something else, the kid says, "She said you were Eraserhead." I am. Most people haven't heard of me. Because people are dumb, he replies, still into his knees. You're one of the coolest underground heroes. Quickly, he adds, I'm glad my subconscious was a bit creative and picked an underground hero for this little production. The words touch him somewhere deep, but he doesn't show that either. That's very kind of you to say. Personally, I think Recovery Girl is one of the best heroes out there. The kid sniffs a bit. Yeah, she's pretty cool. Want to see her in action? He nods at one of the diagnostic machines. Just a quick checkup. I promise. This is blatant manipulation, sighs the younger Midoriya, but he uncurls himself. I guess. But there's not much you can do from inside my death. That's an entire headache he's going to have to unpack later. Or your coma, adds Shoyuta, very seriously. The kid cracks a bit of a smile. Or that. For now he just needs this kid to start trusting him. Chio gives him a look as she wheels over the diagnostic machine, but she doesn't say a word against it. Instead, she makes a show of setting up the machine. She walks the kid through each piece and part, all gentle smiles and jokes, and by the time she's setting up the sensors, the younger Midoriya has started to bounce with the same impassioned desire to learn he recognizes from his older self. Chiyo's more than happy to indulge him. She's always been good at having young patients. Have to lay still, she warns the younger Midoriya, faux serious. And after, I'll let you try my special medical gummies. The double squirms a bit in wide-eyed excitement before he remembers her warning. I've read all about those. Of course you have, says Recovery Girl. You are a very bright young man. The younger Midoriya seems taken aback by her words. And more than a little teary-eyed. The sight of it is enough to make him start getting angry. Midoriya as a kid has so much of him as a young adult, but different. Wrong. It's the difference between an open wound and a scab, and if he wasted 3 years treating a scab as unmarred skin because he misread the entire situation. He forces it to the side. He's still in triage. In that moment, the diagnostic machine starts to blare and flash red. His head snaps to the screen. Does that mean I get a prize? Says the younger Midoriya, breaking the silence. So he was always this way. This can't be right, murmurs Chiyo, fiddling with one of the dials. She looks over the results again. There must be a problem with the machine. The machine seems to read him as human, but a sophisticated enough quirk can duplicate someone well enough to trick the test on a standard machine. The issue isn't with testing him. The issue is with what the test found. If there was anything, he expected much the same as Midoriya's injuries. Too little blood, too little weight, the after effects of a quirk divvying up a body with not enough for two. That would be related. That would make sense. This isn't related. Second-degree burns, burst capillaries, busted ribs, it's not consistent at all. But he doesn't have any burns, says Chiyo, bewildered. Oh, says the younger Midoriya. He sounds unbothered. Those. Outside, Tagata. Now. Midoriya's eyes burn into his back until the door shuts behind them. Problem child's relationship with Tagata is another thing that's leaving him with a sour taste in Shuta's mouth. They got on like a house fire from the start, he remembers. And Eri only made them closer. She was a shared crucible, and then she was their family, and Shoyuta was at center stage for all of that. From the moment they met to all the time they spent in his home with his kid, he got a front row seat to how their relationship developed. Or he thought he did. He's less certain of everything after this afternoon. Tagata and Midoriya called each other brothers, at least when Eri was about to be their little sister. She kicked that entire sibling thing off, Shoyuta knows, but he never heard protests from the two of them when it happened. He once chaperoned them to a cat cafe, and Tagata told the waitress that he was out with his kid brother and baby sister. He'd say that the relationship between the two of them developed shockingly fast, but he once watched Midoriya walk into a fight, shatter every single bone in his arms, and almost murder Todoroki on television. It somehow ended with the most closed-off kid in his class standing in the infirmary wing for over an hour after the tournament, waiting for Midoriya to be released so they could leave together. When asked why, Todoroki looked at him as if he were idiot and said, "Midoriya is my best friend," like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Friendship just kind of sparkled off the kid. Tagata's rapid ascent to Midoriya's beloved big brother was almost slow in comparison to some of the other feats he's pulled off over the years. But their relationship changed after Tagata lost his quirk. All of a sudden, Midoriya was inseparable from him. At the time, Shoyuta thought it was just the trauma of the rescue mission bringing them together. He's less sure now. Midoriya ate lunch with him every day. They trained together every morning and afternoon. On the weekends, they disappeared together, and they only returned again late, still sticky with sand and sweat. He remembers when Tagata passed his final licensure exam too. He sent a picture to Midoriya from the testing facility to give him the news. When the text came through, Midoriya walked straight into a door frame and broke his nose. Recovery Girl had him excused from classes for the rest of the day. At the time, he thought it was weird, but he didn't push it. Hell, he thought it was a miracle that Midoriya had accepted that he needed the day off quietly. When Shoyuta went to check on him later that afternoon, the kid obviously had spent the day crying his eyes out. which Midoriya did every time his friends succeeded at something. It hadn't struck him as out of the ordinary, and the fact that Tagata was the first medically quirkless person to pass the exam didn't even cross his mind. Quirkless. He has to rethink the entire last 3 years. Shoyuta waits until they're at the end of the hall to wheel on Tagata. Did he say a single word about being hurt? No, Tagata snaps to attention. On our way back to campus, there was an attack on a city bus. It lost control and almost hit a daycare group. Midoriya stopped the bus and evacuated the children while I apprehended the attackers. When emergency services arrived, I handed over the assailants and rejoined Midoriya. He was unconscious, and the duplicate was standing next to him. At the time, I assumed he was a member of the daycare group. The witnesses didn't tell you he wasn't? Their teacher could barely get out that Izuku had been hit by one of the children's quirks, and all of the children were too overwhelmed to ask them questions. Tagata shrugs. The girl who caught him with her quirk wasn't wearing her medical bracelet at the time it happened. I assumed the teacher wasn't talking because she was worried about getting sued. Which is a painfully understandable assumption for him to make after all of his time watching Eri. A child in your care hitting anyone with their quirk when they're not wearing the required medical bracelet is a life-ending nightmare. When Shoyuta finalized Eri's adoption, as a gift, Yagi gave her a teddy bear that was bigger than she was, and him an entire legal team on retainer. Wouldn't take no for an answer, and after meeting with them once, Shoyuta stopped fighting it. They made him sit through an hour-long PowerPoint presentation on how he could help protect her and himself legally if she lost control and hit a bystander. Not just monetarily in a way that meant Eri got to continue living with him instead of a government care facility until she no longer posed a danger to herself and others. It was an extreme solution. No one liked it when it happened. But if you have a young kid who can kill with a touch who refused to go along with the safety measures, sometimes needs must. 9 of the slides were dedicated towards making certain she was wearing the DMN medical bracelet when she was in public, and 7 were about how he should call his attorneys immediately if anything happened and make absolutely 0 statements that could be used against him. This lady had a kid who hit the media's darling. She was probably scared shitless about the sheer scale of the repercussions about to come crashing down on her. And the kid didn't say or do anything to suggest he was hurt? He didn't even realize that he had no idea how he got there until Izuku pointed it out to him, Tagata says. He went along with everything like he was supposed to be there, and I think he genuinely thought he did. When I came up to him, he was acting a bit off, but I thought that was because a bus almost ran him down. He didn't say a word about being in an accident. Those injuries weren't an accident. Someone beat the sheet out of him and seared his skin in so many places that Aizawa wasn't able to count them at a glance, and they did it in a place that would be completely hidden by his clothes. It was targeted. It was purposeful. Someone wanted to hurt him. There's a burn on him in the shape of a starburst. Right on the small of his back. A kid that age should have been on the ground screaming. He shouldn't have been trying to pass himself off as fine. Midoriya's pain tolerance glanced upon heights that were both ludicrous and unbelievable. Shoyuta has personally watched him punch someone with one hand while holding his own guts in with the other, which was a sight that still visits him in his nightmares. Chio once spent an afternoon trying to interrogate him about whether he could have congenital insensitivity to pain. He thought that it was an unholy byproduct of Midoriya's stubbornness, competitive nature, and the fact that real-life adults tried to murder him on his 4th day of school. He was a kid who didn't know when to quit in circumstances where quitting wasn't an option. But apparently he learned it when he was still in light-up shoes. Shuta's starting to feel more than a little like an idiot. Did he say anything to you? He sighs. Our Midoriya. I don't think he knew about the injuries either. But he was pretty out of it. From all the blood loss he was hiding. Shoyuta needs a drink. What about the quirklessness? Tagata falls silent. If Midoriya would have told anyone, it would have been him. Well, Tagata Mirio's always been steady as an anchor and firm as a tree trunk, from the day he first came to UA to the day he left it. Shoyuta was always proud to see it in him. He needed it to make it through his official debut without a quirk. With all due respect, he says as steadfast as ever, anything to do with what Midoriya confides in me stays between us. I understand. He catches Tagada by the elbow before he can push past him. But I need you to understand that for all people want to pretend he's an adult, he is a minor and he is in my care. This is a police report, Tagada. It is not going away. In the past or not, those kinds of injuries are not something that I can just brush off and ignore. And I think we both know that he's not going to be happy with that. He searches his face. It is not a kindness to let him suffer in silence, and it is not loyalty to do it with him. Firmly, Tagada tugs himself free. He never mentioned being injured as a child. I can't think of anything that could explain this. Shoyuta knows him well enough to know he wouldn't lie. Not about something like this. Which means that there's only 2 people left to ask about it. And Shoyuta has a feeling they're not going to want to cooperate. By the time they get back in, the younger version is swaddled in bandages and skiing on one of Chiyo's candies. He's back to sitting up on the bed, legs crossed beneath him. Midoriya stares at his younger self with a hollow, detached gaze. Shoyuta missed too goddamn much for too goddamn long. Midoriya. 2 heads snap identical gazes towards him in haunting unison. The older Midoriya, Shoyuta corrects. It'll get confusing for them fast, but Midoriya's never had a problem going by his hero name before. DEKU. The younger version flinches visibly. We may want to retire that one for right now, sensei, mumbles Midoriya, not looking at him. Just for right now. You can, call me Izuku if you want. Yagi-san already does, and... He snaps his mouth shut and flushes bright red when he realizes what he just revealed. Except he revealed nothing. That was not a secret to anyone. He knew that Midoriya was weirdly close to All Might. The entire school knew. The media knew. Their relationship had made multiple papers and the 5 o'clock news. Todoroki had a National Enquirer claiming Midoriya Izuku as All Might's secret love child blown up, framed, and hung on his bedroom wall, which Shoyuta knows about because Midoriya almost took out his bedroom wall in an attempt to get rid of it. The resultant brawl culminated in 3 broken bones, a destroyed bed frame, and the continued, implacable erosion of Shuta's sanity. He gave them cleaning duty for a month, which turned out to not be much of a punishment, on account that they were each other's best friend and every moment spent together was a blessing and a delight. The relationship between Midoriya and Todoroki confuses and concerns him daily. Izuku, he says before the kid can spiral any further. I know that today has been a lot. But I need you to be honest with me right now and tell me where those injuries came from. Midoriya's gaze drifts back to the younger version of him. His brow furrows. The frustration in his voice sounds genuine. I don't remember. Shoyuta keeps his voice level. Are you certain? I really don't remember, sensei. He looks again at his younger self, face rife with upset. I don't remember anything like that happening. Or getting treated for it, or, he trails off into thought. Then, I used to have that shirt. Izuku. Used to. He struggles with himself. I can't remember what happened to it. Did it get destroyed? He scowls. I threw it away. Something happened and I had to throw it away. I don't remember. Okay, I believe you. The surprise that flashes across his student's face makes him feel like absolute shit. But he's still in triage. That's a problem for later. Which leaves the person he wanted to ask the least. He turns to the younger Midoriya. I need to ask you a few questions about where those came from. The younger Midoriya stares at his older self for a beat too long. I don't remember where they came from either. He might as well throw what little credibility he's built up with these 2 straight out the window if he says he doesn't believe him. As if to make his point for him, the younger Midoriya goes on the defensive before Shoyuta even opens his mouth. I don't remember a lot of today. It's been really weird. I don't even remember how I got on the same street as them. That tracks with Tagada's report. But Midoriya's smart enough to guess there would have been a report and use it as corroboration. What's the last thing that you remember? He shrugs, but his gaze drops down to his lap. I don't know. Leaving school. He can't tell if he's lying. And nothing unusual was happening? A shrug. It was normal for school. Without a word, Midoriya lays down on his side, turning his back to his younger self. As he does, the shirt rides up a bit, and Shoyuta catches sight of a strip of his skin along the small of his back. There's an old burn scar there. It looks like a starburst. Why didn't you tell anyone you were hurt? It didn't hurt that bad, mutters the younger Midoriya, mutinous. He sighs. And I thought that they both were kidnappers. I didn't think telling them that I had less capacity to struggle would go in my favor. And then I was dead or in a coma, so it didn't matter. Quickly he adds, it still doesn't. Should his eye twitches. Okay, he says after a beat. Right now, we're going to prioritize healing you both up. It's already dark out. We're going to keep you in the infirmary until morning while you heal and then handle the rest later. Chio speaks up. There's a bit of a problem with that. Of course there is. My quirk won't activate on the little one, I'm afraid. She folds her hands over the cane. I've given him things to limit pain as much as possible, and his injuries seem oddly stable. In a way injuries wouldn't normally be. They're not affecting the rest of his vitals as they should. He's got the wounds themselves, but his body's otherwise undistressed. It's not even trying to respond to the wounds. As the situation stands, honestly, I doubt he can heal. He almost jumps when Midoriya speaks up. He's a memory, he says without turning around. Midoriya scoffs so quietly that he almost doesn't hear it. Don't know what of, because I don't remember him. But that's fundamentally what the quirk did, isn't it? It pulled out a version of me that only exists in my memory. His voice betrays an exhaustion that belongs to someone far beyond his years. If he's a memory of when I was hurt, then don't think of his wounds as wounds. They're like his eye color. It's just what he is. Shoyuta is not about to give up and let a child walk around in active pain without trying for a solution just because quirk theory says he's not a child. Don't worry too much about it, pipes up the younger Midoriya without prompting. I'm okay. Which is exactly what his older self sounds like almost every day of his life, to his lasting frustration. But coming from this version of him? He may have to shred his teaching license after this. We'll see how it is in the morning. For now, daily checkups, Chio. I have to make arrangements. Call me with anything. Midoriya jumps a bit and sits up, his face strained with worry. Sensei, I know he's not a student. Well, I guess he is, but he chews on his lip. Can I see if I can fix this before we bother my mom? Just for a day. There's absolutely no way that he can send either of these two back to Midoriya Inko's house until he figures out what's going on. But there's also no way he can tell Midoriya that he has to open an investigation into his mom because of this. Not the way he is right now. The kid loves his mom whether it's deserved or not. Telling him he can't see her while they decide if his home is safe would send him crashing straight back into a brand new medical emergency. Don't worry about it, kid. He'll be fine here. Thank you. He ducks his head. I'm sorry for the trouble. It isn't trouble. It's what I'm here for. He searches his face. Get some rest, Izuku. Right, just, sensei? The tone of his voice sets something inside Shoyuta on edge. Without Midoriya asking, he closes the privacy curtains between the beds. Midoriya slumps with relief. Look, he shuts his eyes. His voice trembles in a way Shoyuta hasn't heard since before the Sensei, I haven't been him in a long time. Shoyuta doesn't say anything. He's not. He keeps saying things. And I need him not to say them around my mom, because I already worry her too much. It's no use to worry her with something that's been over for just a really long time. He can stay here. He keeps his voice level and emotionless. Don't worry. UA will help this get resolved. Could you just try to erase him? Midoriya whispers it like it's something shameful. I just really think it would be for the best. Shoyuta needs to triage. He'll figure out the rest later, including the feeling clawing through his own chest. Sorry, he blurts, before Shoyuta can respond. I'll stop bothering you. Thank you for everything, sir. It's not a bother to help my students, Shoyuta tells him, searching his face. Did I do something to make you think it was? Midoriya doesn't meet his eyes. Of course not. The kid's lying through his teeth. Izuku grabs Mirio by the elbow before he leaves for the night. His heart beats too hard in his chest. Will you let me explain? Please? This was the best future he's ever had and he may have already ruined it. The smile Mirio gives him is breezy and carefree. In a short, quick move, he clasps him by the back of the neck and moves forward, pressing their foreheads together. Before he can stop it, a single tear squeezes past him and drips down his cheek. He chokes back the rest before he makes even more of a mess of this. Just as quickly, Mirio pulls away. Don't worry about it. He squeezes lightly at the back of his neck. Take all the time you need. Mirio always smiles like it's something that can save. And Izuku hopes it can, because he doesn't know how he's going to salvage this mess. He needs that version of him to go back to being gone. At the end of the day, Midoriya is his student. Shoyuta has a duty to him. To keep him safe, healthy. Probably f'd that one up, now that he's thinking about it. But misstepping in the past doesn't absolve him of what's to come. The younger version of him, ultimately, needs to go back inside of the older one. It's not an execution. Even if it feels like that, looking at his very real, very childlike face. Young Midoriya seems like a sweet kid. Granted, a kid who's got something deeply, profoundly wrong with him, but being hurt is not his fault. At the end of the day, he's Midoriya's blood and Midoriya's muscle and Midoriya's bone, and Recovery Girl is still untangling the health ramifications of those being split in two. He needs to go back where he came from. And Shoyuta can't use him as a cheat code to get information that Midoriya desperately wants to hide. He knows he can't leave this alone. At the very least, Midoriya is still 17, and he's responsible for finding out if he's safe going home to his mother's house. But there's a difference between investigating a case of potential child abuse and keeping around a loose-lipped fragment just because it makes it easier to invade the privacy of a minor in his care. Midoriya's scared shitless every time the younger version of him opens his mouth. That's half a dozen red flags in itself, but it's still his student's very real and genuine feeling that he can't just stomp on. He needs answers. But he needs Midoriya to give them to him because he trusts him. Not because a younger version of himself thinks he's in a coma hallucination and there are no consequences for whatever he spews. It's violating for Midoriya, no doubt about it. He's quite literally lost control of himself from a time in his life where it seems he was at his most vulnerable. That'll only get worse if he ignores Midoriya's express wishes and mines the kid version for intel. He has to address this. But he has to do it right. With a sigh, he looks at the tiny, bony back of the duplicate. Even from a distance, he can count every knob of his spine, peeking up from the bandages swaddling his torso. His eyes flash red. Nothing happens. He didn't think that would work. Long way around it is. He just hopes he can get Midoriya through it. Netsu doesn't look up from his paperwork when Shoyuta shoves his way into his office. Long day, Shoyuta? He sighs. How much do you know already? I am aware we now have a tiny new guest joining us. Netsu shuffles his paperwork. And I know that our guest believes himself to be quirkless, which I imagine is why you barged in my office so rudely. You can't access the footage from the medical wing. That would be grossly illegal, agrees Netsu, rather gleefully. But I know you rather well, and I can access the footage of Mr. Midoriya entering school grounds with his younger self. I already knew of his previous quirk status, and there we have it. I have been told that I am rather skilled at connecting dots. Of course he did. Shoyuta dumps himself in a chair for a conversation that's certain to be labyrinthine and frustrating. How? His paperwork, of course. How else? He grinds his teeth. And why was I not informed? Did you need to be? That's the stupidest question he has ever heard. He doesn't dignify it with a response. Netsu sighs. There were extenuating circumstances with his records. Due to the unique nature of the situation, it was decided that it would be best to start him with a clean slate. A fresh start. His records were altered equitably to give him a fair chance. What the hell does that mean? He didn't start with a clean slate. He brought that slate to class with him and spent a year trying to kill himself with it. If I had known he cuts himself off, I would have approached things differently. The stare Netsu gives him is inscrutable. I thought that Mr. Midoriya did rather well in your class. He crippled his own body permanently in Shuta's class. And he spent the past 3 years telling himself he did everything he could do to prevent that. It stings to get confirmation that he was wrong. How did it even cross your desk? I know for a fact that you're not altering the records of every student that comes in. He does not know that for a fact. But he's willing it into existence. He needs it to be true because it will be bad for both of their healths if it isn't. His, because he'll have an aneurysm. Nedzu, because he'll strangle him after the aneurysm. Nedzu looks at him like he's an idiot. You have one guess. God damn it. Back then too? Why would All Might be involved with him before he was a student? He searches Nedzu's face. He didn't recommend him. Oh no, he didn't. He rather thought it would doom Midoriya from the start. The media would have gone quite rabid over a student who entered at his recommendation, don't you think? He taps his cheek. Not that it changed much in the long run. In hindsight. Anyway, he was rather confident in the fact that Midoriya himself would much rather stand on his own merits instead of his hero's coattails, and equally confident in the fact that Midoriya was physically incapable of denying him anything at that point, let alone his only recommendation to UA. He decided it would save him a great deal of fretting to go on his way with the standard exam. Why the F would he be that involved in Midoriya back then? He pinches his nose. I don't know if I want Todoroki to be right or not. If Midoriya's All Might's blood, then his reckless stupidity is inherited and Shoyuta goes to jail for strangling the former symbol of peace. If Midoriya isn't All Might's blood, then the level of involvement is even weirder and more concerning and he may still go to jail for strangling the former symbol of peace. Nedzu ignores him. I hope you understand that this matter cannot leave this room. Shoyuta snorts. Isn't it a bit late for that? The media already decided that he's the next All Might. Which was, in Shuta's opinion, the biggest failure of his teaching career. Until today, when he realized he just hadn't been aware enough of his failures. Endeavor was never going to be the symbol of peace. Everyone knew it and hated it in equal measure. Nothing like 30 years of being ranked as not as good as the first guy, to really hammer in the fact that he's not going to be able to fill the shoes All Might left behind. He should have been more on guard for people looking for their scraps in the next generation. They had literal numerical rankings with comprehensive breakdowns to tell the public that there was no one hero licensed currently who could square up to the man himself. Of course, they would look to unranked candidates for their hope. Midoriya was an easy target for the world to dig their teeth into. His quirk was disturbingly similar to All Might's, until it started goddamn mutating to be All Might's plus half a dozen unrelated things. He was bright and hopeful and always had a smile, and the paparazzi managed to capture Yagi buying him a DMN ice cream cone more than once, which might as well have been the kid's death knell. He was a candidate that had the affection and blessing of the man himself. Once he hit his second sports festival with his quirk under control, they might as well have slammed the final nail in his coffin. Out of his entire class, it was always going to be Midoriya, Todoroki, or Bakugo that the world would latch onto and teeth on until nothing was left. He just thought he had until they graduated to prepare them. He promised himself when he took this job that he would never send one of his kids out in the world to die. Nedzu's voice doesn't waver. It is more than that. You have no idea how bad this can become. It doesn't leave this room. That's somehow surprising, despite everything. He doesn't know how the media's attention on Midoriya could get worse. Nedzu doesn't continue. So, he prompts. What makes it more? Oh, I never said I was going to tell you. Nedzu waves his hand breezily. I just wanted to impress on you the importance of resolving this matter discreetly. He's not in a mood to play another of Nedzu's mind games. That's going to be difficult considering I'm a mandatory reporter. It throws him off step. Ah, he echoes, leaning back in his chair. Is it really? Yes. Nedzu drums his paws against the table. That does complicate things. I wasn't aware it was quite so dire. Shoyuta figured. For all his faults, Nedzu didn't mess around when it came to the sort of things that invoked mandatory reporting. If All Might did, Shoyuta will kick his butt, former defender of the world or no. Just give me Midoriya's files, he sighs. The unaltered version. The one I was supposed to get from the start. I need to get a handle on the situation. That will be a problem. They don't exist anymore. He has got to be kidding him. I didn't know quite how explosive Midoriya's tenure with us would be. But I had some intimations that he would be one of our more noteworthy alumni, shall we say? He shrugs. His records were scrubbed. Equitably. If there was a matter in his records that I felt would be fair to follow him, say, a disciplinary record that he bore legitimate blame in, I would have left it untouched. As it was, I believe I did away with the entire thing. In a way that ensured that no one would be able to recover it. If you had the information I did, I think you would rather agree with that course of action. I don't have that information because no one told me a goddamn thing about any of this. That is the sticky situation. Shoyuta stares at him. Nedzu reaches across his desk and pokes his hand with the bottom of his pen, wiggling it against his skin. And I'm certain you'll have a great deal of fun squeezing All Might for information. Shoyuta stares at him for even longer. Nedzu stares back. Or you could just tell me. I could do a great many things, agrees Nedzu. Shoyuta doesn't know what he expected. You know what was in his file though? I really wouldn't worry about those files too much. They were rather useless. Which is precisely why I discarded them. Equitably. He smiles, beatific. Shoyuta should not have taken this job. But All Might knows what was in them. Oh, that would rather surprise me. Midoriya did not strike me as the sharing type, and I am not the sharing type myself. I simply assumed he never told him and also never told him. If he did not take this job, he could be kick-flipping off a bridge onto the roof of a moving vehicle right now. So All Might had no idea but still somehow brought them to you? All Might came to me for my aid on a very small matter and I discovered a very large matter in the process. I solved both of them and told no one. It was the height of productivity. This job is hell and requires that he has prolonged conversations with a smiling devil. He could be in a bar fight right now. And you're not going to tell me what those matters were. Nedzu pats his hand with the soft pads of his paw. You really are getting it, Shoyuta. I am very proud. He stares at him. Nedzu stares back, still beaming. Rather pointedly, he reaches for his capture weapon. Unimpressed, Nedzu just gives his hand one last pat and leans back. Oh, don't be in a fuss. The files themselves really were useless. Hardly worth the paper they weren't printed on, because I do take our eco-friendly initiative very seriously. Nothing but pixelated garbage disposed of in a manner that does not visit further damage upon our dying Earth. If they're useless, then what's the harm in telling me what they were? That is an excellent question, Shoyuta, Nedzu replies, with vicious delight. He reaches out to pat his hand again. Shoyuta conveys that he will be less a hand if he does so, with his eyes. Nedzu recognizes this and slowly retracts the hand. It is because I enjoy knowing secrets, and people will stop telling me them if I cannot keep them. He's going to have to charge his headache rent at this rate. I have a student who is about to graduate and be forced into becoming the foundation of our society sitting in the infirmary with himself, and both versions of him are so violently unwell that I think we need to call the police. Could you please try to be helpful right now? Well, when you put it like that, says Nedzu. What about his mom? He only met Midoriya Inko once, but she seemed like she cared for her kid. But he's been doing this long enough to know better than to rely on that alone. Can you tell me anything about her? Nedzu beams. She is violently passionate about her son's safety and is not opposed to the use of threats. He's no help. The Quirk copy was assaulted at some point. Both versions of Midoriya claim they don't remember where the injuries came from. I believe one of them. Ah. Nedzu's pen drums against the surface of his desk. In terms of severity, do you mean a rather robust combat session? I'd have the police here already if the victim wasn't a literal memory. I see. He mulls this over. I admit, I didn't expect it to be quite that bad. This kid is tiny, Nedzu. Shoyuta drags a hand through his hair. The burns on their own are bad enough, but someone kicked the absolute shit out of his ribs. It's a miracle that he didn't end up with a punctured lung. With a kid as small as him, we are lucky that it wasn't fatal. And his position on getting the police over here is going to change the second he thinks it will actually do something. Right now, all he's got is a victim that doesn't legally count as human, and the actual victim who doesn't remember shit, wouldn't cooperate if he did, and has the entire world breathing down his neck every time he so much as scratches himself. The crime itself is probably nearing a decade old, which means all the leads have gone to shit, and for all he knows, this entire thing was investigated when it first happened. His file didn't mention anything like you're describing, no. Nedza hums. Not in his hospital records. Not in a police report. I would have left in a notation of that sort. There was nothing. The older version of Midoriya has the scars, even if he claims to not remember the incident itself. This isn't some strange fabrication of the quirk, it happened. Which means that whoever did this the first time walked away scot-free. The rage that slices through his chest is ice cold. One of his students still has the scars and the person who gave them to him just walked away. Yagi, when is he back from America? At last check? A week. Though I imagine that will change. But, did he contact you? No. But something's wrong in Midoriya's world, which means he finally has an excuse to come back from America early. Americans loved All Might with a savage passion that crossed the border of unhealthy over a decade ago. It was a cult. Shuda's honestly not certain if Americans understood that he was not, in fact, American himself. An alarming number of congressmen have publicly demanded to know when Japan would give All Might back, as if he was their beloved and stolen son and not someone who got their undergraduate there 30 years ago. He once met a tourist from Wyoming who showed him, without Shuda's desire, permission, or request, a tramp stamp he had of All Might's face against a backdrop of an American flag, a bald eagle, an AK-47, and kanji that meant soup. It means liberty, the tourist informed him, proudly. It did not. All Might, for his part, loved America right back. He was weird about America in all the way Americans were weird about America. His torrid relationship with Stars and Stripes distressed Kiyama on a molecular level, on account that she found them fang ugly. He, however, only wanted to be intense with Americans, not the object of intensity for Americans. As a result, he was almost never seen there officially, and America was his favorite destination for the handful of vacations he took in the course of his 30-odd-year career. He went without being powered up. He flew coach. He rented a car. He took bad photos in Times Square with unknowing cosplayers dressed up as him. He competed in All Might look-alike contests that he proceeded to lose. He was compelled by the spirit of Americana to try Whataburger and drove all the way to Texas to do it, where he then won a rodeo. When asked, he told Shoyuda that not only had he never been in a rodeo before that moment, but he had no idea what a rodeo was while signing up. He just got on the bull that people pointed to and ended the night with a new cowboy hat, a free bottle of whiskey, and a drunken night out with 3 strangers who were somehow all named Wyatt. And then he lost his secret identity and started dodging attention like a shy schoolgirl on White Day. For the most famous man in the world, Shuda's never met someone who detested being the center of attention as much as he did. Yagi responded to his true form getting out by starting a collection of increasingly bad fake mustaches, and the situation has not improved since. His agency did just about every short of trapping him in a net to get him on a plane to go shake the hands of some big-shot executives over in the States, and Yagi did everything short of faking his own death to get out of it. His relationship with his own agency appeared to be less of employer-employee and more of a mutual hostage situation. They'll have a slide if he comes back early. But now that something's wrong with Midoriya, he'll be back before tomorrow's out. Nedza drums his fingers in smug glee. I already have a ticket for him on the afternoon flight to Tokyo, which I imagine he will find out about when the airline texts him a reminder. This is an unhealthy approach to having coworkers. Or you could just tell him. But then how will I prove that I knew he would return before he did? He nudges him with the pen again. Think it through, Shoyuda. He closes his eyes and counts to 10. I'm opening a formal investigation into Midoriya's home life. Visibly, Nedza winces. Under the circumstances, we may want to reconsider how formal we make it. Shoyuda stares at him. No. Under the circumstances, I have concrete knowledge that one of my students was grossly underweight and beaten within an inch of their life as a child, and this somehow never resulted in a police report or hospital record that we can find. Even if his parents never touched him, This is a negligence investigation. I'm not sweeping this under the rug because we want to think about appearances. I'm not worried about the school's reputation here. It's Midoriya who will be the most affected if this leaks. As much as he hates it, Nezu has a point. Not the sort of point that means he reconsiders an investigation, but the sort of point where he may have to do some under-the-table poking around before he files paperwork. Has it leaked? He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Tagada and Midoriya walked here with him. Someone probably got a picture. For now, it has not. Nezu sounds unspeakably delighted. The news cycle has been rather preoccupied with different news of our dear Midoriya. If anyone has taken note of the situation, it has been entirely drowned out for right now. He would give anything for Midoriya to be able to leave campus one time and come back without having made the 5 o'clock news. What is it this time? There is a rather viral video of him apprehending someone who called himself Train King. He turns to his computer and types something that Shoyuta can't see. And then it appears, giving him career counseling. Would you like to see? No. Nezu types more. I've sent it to your inbox anyway. He will not watch it. That incident has since been drowned out by a second, different viral moment that I was hoping we could have Kiyama walk him through until he returned to campus with himself. As it is, I'm not quite certain how we should approach the issue. Shoyuta rubs at his eyes with the back of his hand. What is it this time? It appears that our dear Mr. Tagada and Mr. Midoriya spent the entire bus ordeal calling each other their partner. So, they're opening an agency together. Yes, and the 24-hour news cycle is desperately in denial about that fact. There's a rather rabid base of lonely people on the internet who are entirely too invested in this year's heroic students. Shoyuta knows them, is aware of them, and pepper-sprayed one of them for getting fresh with Yaoyorozu, which was much more merciful than what Yaoyorozu was going to do to him. Then well, all of them are personally invested in who Midoriya signs with on Declaration Day, and none of them wanted to be with the only quirkless hero out there. He rubs at the bridge of his nose. Right. Got it. This is the absolute worst time for the media to use Midoriya as an excuse to dismiss Tagada as a hero. If he hasn't already found out, then they can't tell him. Not with how existentially distressed he is already. He may just need to shut off the internet in the medical wing entirely. I'm not certain you do. For once, Nezu sounds hesitant. The theory that it was a different use of the word partner has rather taken off in the last hour or so. He has got to be FNG him. What? The internet finds the idea that they are romantically involved much more palatable than professional involvement. They are, as the kids say, trending. Nezu scowls at the computer. #DEKU. Atrocious name. He's going to go home and put his head through a wall after this. This isn't the first time it happened to students in his class, but this class has been the first one in the school's history to have to deal with it. The Demon USJ put the attention of the world on them too soon, not to mention the League of Villains' other engagements with them, and then All Might retired and his problem children made a class tradition of trying to publicly kill themselves and everyone else every time the sports festival rolled around. They were flashy and overly violent and did a flip whenever anyone asked, which the internet loved. Combine it with the fact that you had big-name families like Yaoyorozu and Todoroki in the class, Bakugo becoming a meme every time they made the mistake of letting him out in public, All Might's weird thing with Midoriya, and Midoriya having such an unusual quirk mutation that the school had received formal requests to study him in a lab, and you had the perfect nightmare of a cocktail that led to the entire class hitting celebrity status before they even graduated. Most people left UA fighting to make a name for themselves, but his class already were leaving with the sort of reputation that people who had been full-time heroes for years salivated over. That includes the strange, invasive that comes with being in the public eye. Like grown adults getting abnormally invested in a high school student's dating life. I'll talk to Kiyama. He sighs. Tagada. I called a car for him before he left school grounds. He knows. His apartment isn't publicly listed, so no one will bother him tonight. And that just leaves finding a time to sit down with Midoriya and walk him through his first public dating scandal. Not a matter for tonight. Set up a meeting with Midoriya Inko for me as soon as possible so we can start getting to the bottom of the injuries. And Yagi. I don't believe Yagi knew Midoriya back when he would have received these injuries. The meeting with Yagi is so that I can yell at him. Nedzahums. Anything else? Yeah, actually. He PPS his head. Do you know when Midoriya's quirk came in? I believe that is a question best directed to Midoriya himself. So a yes then. But Nedzu isn't going to tell him, and he needs to give Midoriya a chance to cool off before he asks anything else. His priority is the injuries. He has other leads to chase down in the meantime. Like Bakugo. A part of Izuku thinks he'll never grow past the kid who watched All Might debut and felt the world snap into place around him. His earliest memory is sitting in the computer chair, something unspeakable bubbling in his chest, and, around him, the universe and his place into it clicking and shifting into alignment with a design he's never been able to fully comprehend. He could never explain what it meant to him, after, and enough people tried to make him do it to know he never will. Izuku watched All Might on that dusty, burning landscape, and something beyond him whispered the future into his ear. It's the only thing that has ever made sense to him. It's the only thing that he knows to do. All Might was the start of him. He was the foundation that Izuku gladly built on, and no matter how lonely the self he made was, he has never once regretted it. And he's not lonely anymore. All Might's not a symbol to him anymore, he's Yagi. He's important. Close. And he's the one who can always make him feel like it's all going to be okay. It's stupid. He's on the road to graduation. He's starting his own agency. He's not a little kid anymore. And he sure as hell isn't the little kid sitting in the infirmary wing. He shouldn't be bothering his mentor with what's ultimately a minor quirk accident. He hides on the floor of a bathroom stall and jabs Yagi's contact. Yagi picks up on the second ring. Izuku. Izuku lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. My boy? Is everything all right? Yes. Yeah. Everything's fine. Except it isn't. Actually nothing's fine and I'm freaking out. A beat passes. Yes, I imagine that was the case. Wait, what? You did? Yes, well. He coughs, a bit awkwardly. I saw the news and, well, it has already hit the news? Someone must have gotten a picture with them and the tiny nightmare. God, did the teacher give an interview? One of the emergency personnel documenting the scene? Is the entire world about to turn their attention to digging up everything about someone he hasn't been in forever? He'll actually cry. Izuku stares at the ceiling and wills a building collapse. That sounds like the kind of problem that's immediate and dimming enough that he would not have to deal with his other problems. I wanted to call and check in on you, but I imagined you were feeling very overwhelmed, and I didn't want you to feel any pressure to confirm anything because I thought, well, that you should only share with me what you're comfortable with. Izuku cuts him off. It's true. It's true, and too many people know too much now and it's going to ruin everything. Way too much. Way too strong. Dial it back a bit. He seeks in a deep breath and says, in a quiet rush, but also I can totally handle this, please don't worry. Yagi seems to have been overtaken by a coughing fit. No, please don't worry. I'm here to support you through this. It's not a big deal. He scrubs a hand down his face. It shouldn't be a big deal. It's just people weren't supposed to find out, and I don't know how much they're going to find out now that there's this. Of course it's not a big deal. Yagi sounds oddly rushed. But it is, you have every right to your privacy. This should have all happened on your own time. That's never. I just don't know what to do. He sounds, stupidly, like a child about to cry. Mirio's left already and I didn't even get a chance to talk about this with him. I'm worried the agency's ruined now and, I don't know. What if he hates me? Of course he doesn't, my boy. If I know anything, I know what you two are building is very special. He thinks their agency is going to be very special? The danger of crying has increased tenfold. Do you really think so? I know so. He sounds certain. He's a solid young man, Tagada. He has a good heart. Not that my opinion is important, he breaks down coughing again, but he seems to be good for you. Makes you happy. Not that anyone's good enough for you, but that's another matter entirely. What? He wasn't even meaning to call him about Mirio. He was supposed to call him about the fact that there's a 4-foot-nothing menace running around who won't shut up about being quirkless and who has, apparently, already made the news. All they need is one clip of him going on about his FING toe bone, and the entire secret for One for All is at risk. He honestly thought Yagi would be more freaked out about this. You're taking this weirdly well. For a solid 10 seconds, Yagi sputters before he can get out his reply. Did you think I would take it poorly? Izuku's taking it poorly. I mean, sort of. He tucks his leg beneath him. I think it's a pretty normal reaction under the circumstances. The only thing I am taking poorly is the abominable way the media is acting, he replies, with a surprising fervor. And I am sorry if I ever made you feel you could not come to me with this. It's not that I didn't think I could come to you, Izuku rushes to say. It all just happened so fast. Ah, I know the feeling, my boy. It was quite the same way with me and young Tagada's own mentor. And Dave, and there was this one time that, well, that's not important. I'm no stranger to how quickly these things come on. Wait, what? What is he talking about? I'll admit, I'm not too surprised. With the way you and young Todoroki carried on together, I did wonder at times, but that was never any of my business, and I only hoped that you would find yourself happy whoever you were with. What are you talking about? Asks Izuku, bewildered. The line goes dead silent. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that I got hit with a haywire quirk and right now a copy of me from elementary school is telling everyone he meets that he's quirkless and that I can't possibly be him. What are you talking about? There's a Ming beat. Yagi coughs slightly. That thing you just said. Izuku takes a beat for himself. He feels he deserves it after the day he's had. He has to close his eyes. Is there something else on the news that I should check? No, that level of panic means it's a yes. Oh God. No. Don't check the news, don't check. Izuku puts Yagi on speaker so he can check the news. A minute later, he whispers, in unchecked horror, Liku. Then he bursts into tears. I'll call my agency, promises Yagi in a rush. The PR team will handle this matter for you. In any way that you want. It makes Izuku cry harder. Your agency hates you. But they are impeccable at what they do. This will all be handled. The beat. What was that about a quirk copy of a younger you? I don't know, snaps Izuku, still weeping and in total hysteria. What was that about me and Todoroki? Yagi coughs hard enough that he worries for his health. He's going to kill his mentor if he doesn't get a handle on himself. Sorry. Please breathe, Yagi-san. No, I'm sorry. He has to put a stop to this before the only option left to him is drowning himself in the bathroom toilet. I was hit by an out-of-control quirk, he says, biting the words out. It made a sentient quirk manifestation of me when I was, 8 or 9 or something. The quirk refuses to believe that we're the same person and won't stop telling people that he's quirkless. Mr. Aizawa and Mirio now both know. One for all, the centuries-old secret you entrusted me with is at risk. Oh, yes. Yagi coughs again. That is a very different situation. But drowning himself in the bathroom toilet sounds so appealing. This is a disaster. Is it? Yes. He blinks at his phone. One for all is sort of a massive secret? Even I told people about One for All, he points out. And I am very proud to say that you have already surpassed me in a myriad of ways. You have created many strong bonds in a very short time at UA. Would it really be so disastrous if they found out about One for All? Izuku doesn't say anything. You've made One for All your own. It's your decision who you tell. But if you can bear one last piece of advice from a washed-up old hero, don't feel the need to make yourself an island. This may be a sign to tell those you trust the whole of the matter. I always want your advice, sighs Izuku, letting his head hit the stall wall. He stares up at the ceiling and feels the exhaustion of the day wash over them. It's just, they were never supposed to know how he used to be. You don't have to decide now. I'll be back soon. A week is not soon. This will be handled by the time your trip is over. Don't worry about it. I just needed someone to talk to. Thanks. I'll get a seat on the next flight back. As far as I'm concerned, this is a family emergency. Izuku bursts into tears again. Saying it's a family emergency won't distract me from the fact that you're trying to get out of meetings. But it is a family emergency, tries Yagi. He cries harder. Okay, maybe it will. I'll book the first ticket, Aizawa. Finally, he manages to choke the tears back again. Voice still thick, he says, please don't tell me something else hit the news. No. I got a text reminder. For my flight. But I already. He sounds genuinely bewildered. Did I? Netsu needs to stop doing this. It causes an early onset dementia scare every time. All Might already has so many incurable health problems and doesn't need more. Netsu, says Izuku, swiping his nose on his sleeve. Netsu, agrees Yagi with a sigh. Young Midoriya, I may impress on you the fact that if you choose to tell anyone, well, then you're stuck with them forever. Consider the matter strongly. His laugh only sounds a little bit insane this time. Okay. I'll be there to help you very soon. We'll sort it all out together. Okay. The sheer relief that crashes over him is humiliating. He's supposed to be the hero DEKU now. But now he just feels like DEKU. Will you be all right in the meantime? Yeah. And then, for some FING reason, he blurts out, I'm bisexual. Nope, he's back to drowning himself in the toilet. Yagi's response is immediate and earnest. I'm very proud of you. He wonders if he can just disappear into the night. No one need ever find him again. It's not a big deal or a secret, or anything. I didn't think you'd take it poorly. It just never came up. The beat. There's nothing going on between me and Mirio. In the sense. If there's anything you need to talk about, I don't mean to overstep. If you have any questions about relationships and the like, you need only ask. He could probably bring the building down on his own head and secure a building collapse in a much more immediate fashion. He feels his cheeks go hot. Awesome. Thanks. Goodbye. He hits end call and sags against the bathroom wall. Just one day. One day of hiding away his old self or finding a way to get rid of him. Then, All Might will be here to help him get rid of him. And everything will be fine then. When he gets back to the infirmary wing, he finds young Izuku sitting up in bed, back to the door, staring out the window at the school grounds. In the distance, the school symbol shines, lit up by 4 spotlights at its base. It overlaps with the pale reflection of young Izuku's face. He can't read his expression. It worries him. When the copy finally speaks, there's no emotion in his voice. So that's you, huh? Yeah. Then he tries, we made it. Young Izuku just scoffs. Of course. Why would Izuku expect anything better from him? He sits down hard on his cot. Can you at least consider this might be real? It's not. Fine. Izuku scoffs, shaking his head. Try this. Imagine for a second that you do make it. Just try. Everything you ever wanted happened. You actually did it. If you were me, would you want you running around and acting like this? No hesitation. Nope. Then can't you work with me? Please. He scans the copy's motionless back for any sign he's getting through to him. One day you're going to be me and have to deal with this, you know. No, I won't. Without looking at him, young Izuku lies back down and turns on his side, facing away from him. Because you're not me. And I'm never gonna be you. Izuku stares at his own back. The white bandage overlaps and crosses over itself in neat, clean lines, but he can see the protruding knobs of his spine under each one. At the small of his back, he can see the packed gauze where Recovery Girl gave extra attention to an injury. Izuku knows himself well enough to recognize his own voice when he's trying to hide the fact he's crying. Young Izuku curls up tighter in the bed. He makes himself small. It's been so long since he's had to think about how small he once made himself. Slowly, his fingers slip under his own shirt. They find the small of his back, and they brush over the ridges of a faint scar. He doesn't remember. It has been a very long night. Shoyuda was tempted to let the triggered grounds alarm be Cementos' problem, until he realized that it was set off near the infirmary. And then he realized it was undoubtedly his problems. In unison, 5 sets of shoulders belonging to his problems slump. He should have known that Midoriya's friends wouldn't leave well enough alone after he informed the class reps that Midoriya would be spending the night in the infirmary. He was always a grand inspiration for people to push their luck. Ida, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Shiro, and Kirishima look at him with varying levels of chagrin. They are all decked, head to toe, in matching black tracksuits, with black beanies over their hair. Uraraka is holding a crowbar. Yaoyorozu has a comically large burlap sack in her hands. There's a long streamer of tape leaving one of Shiro's elbows, floating straight up into the night. Kirishima holds a stack of pizza boxes and a phone that is softly playing the Pink Panther theme song. Sensei. Ida can always be relied upon to crumble under the weight of his own honor. He tosses himself into a bow, straightens and reddens. We were caught in the passionate follies of our youth. Uraraka huffs at him. I told you we weren't going with that one. It has been a long night. We were just, starts Yaoyorozu. Stop. Shoyuta raises one hand. First bring Todoroki back down here. They exchange nervous looks. Then, with a sigh, Ida holds out both of his arms, palms raised up. Uraraka brings her fingertips together and apart again half-heartedly. Release, she says glum. Todoroki plummets from the sky and lands in a perfect cradle in Ida's outstretched arms. He wears a matching black tracksuit. An identical black beanie covers his hair. The other end of Shiro's tape is tied to his waist. He looks at Shoyuta. At the others. At himself. At Shoyuta again. We were sleep heisting, he says with all signs of sincerity. Uraraka takes off her beanie and tosses it on the ground. Ida already went with his dumb, passionate follies of our youth thing. God damn it, Ida, sighs Todoroki, and he rolls out of Ida's arms. Once, he made the mistake of thinking Yaoyorozu was a sensible one in his class. And then she turned into one of Midoriya's most frequent co-conspirators. Suddenly, not only was her family's lawyers barely keeping them all from being charged with repeated acts of criminal vigilante violence, but Midoriya had access to explosives. And literally any other thing his and Yaoyorozu's. Machiavellian schemes demanded. He misses a time before this class, is the thing. She steps forward. Sensei, we just wanted to check on Midoriya. While we did break curfew, we were driven by our concern for our friend. Ida nods hurriedly. It has been a long time since he was hurt enough that he had to stay in the infirmary overnight and well. The day must have been trying for him. Very meaningfully, he adds, he trended, sir. Twice. They all nod gravely, as if Midoriya had been diagnosed with something fatal and degenerative. How did you get this far without being caught? We would have made it all the way if we didn't let amateurs tag along. Uraraka jabs threateningly at Kirishima and Shiro with her crowbar. Both of them scramble away. Shiro grabs at Kirishima's shoulder like he's about to physically climb him for safety. What set off the alarm? Was it the Pink Panther theme song? It has been a long night. Yes. It has been an impossibly long night. Ida intervenes and holds her back before Shoyuta has to. A moment later, Uraraka's crowbar joins her beanie in the dirt. I knew it. You two know nothing about breaking the law. Shiro sounds distressed. Why do you foreknow so much about breaking the law? The four of them exchange a chorus of awkward shrugs and do not make eye contact. He pinches the bridge of his nose. All of you back to your dorms. None of them move. Midoriya, starts Todoroki, is probably sound asleep and does not need a rescue. You'll see him tomorrow. How was he hurt? Asks Uraraka. It's just we're worried. Is all. I can't disclose the medical information of another student. You know that. But I can tell you that he'll be just fine. You can ask him yourselves about the details tomorrow and he can choose if he wants to answer. And our punishment? Asks Shiro with a wince. He rubs his forehead, right above where his headache is setting up its forever home. You have to walk me through how you got past the alarms tomorrow so we can patch the security hole. And how you would have gotten past the rest if it weren't for, a deep breath, the Pink Panther theme song. They hired the #1 security contractors on the planet to design this system. They flew them in from the States. It cost the school a fortune. How did they already break it? The 6 of them exchange another round of uneasy looks. Is that all? Asks Ida. He cannot bring himself to punish them for caring about Midoriya right now. He can't. Just back to bed. All of you. Yes, Sensei. Uraraka sighs. Sensei. With dejected shuffling, they start to retreat back to the dorms. Ida picks up Uraraka's discarded gear. Todoroki unties Siro's tape, and Siro detaches the extended portion from his elbow. It flutters faintly in the breeze from where it tangled in the low-hanging branches of a nearby tree. He'll make them get it down tomorrow, when there isn't a risk of them catching a sight of baby Midoriya in one of the beds and causing a class-wide riot with the knowledge. As he passes, Kirishima stops, grabs a pizza box from the stack and hands it to him. You look like you could use this respectfully and all that, teacher man, sir. Shoyuta accepts it with a sigh. Thank you, Kirishima. He grins toothily and salutes. And Kirishima? Yes. A literal multi-million-dollar security system made obsolete by a group of high school students who wanted to cheer up their friend. These kids are going to be amazing. Next time you heist, do not play the Pink Panther theme song. Kirishima deflates. I know. Fundamentally, the issue is that Izuku somehow forgot that he was dealing with himself. For the record, he knows he's dealing with himself. He has existential horror over the fact that he is dealing with himself. What he forgot was that his entire brand growing up was resolute non-cooperation and all entailed with that. He'd make himself small, sure. He'd cower and quiver plenty. But he could never make himself small enough for people to let him live, and eventually, he realized that there was no point in trying. And he realized that people underestimate things that are small. They stop paying attention. That was when he'd wriggle his way out and go on his way. He'd quiver and cower and be so small, but at the end of the effing day, his UA application went to heroics, and it would have whether or not All Might was backing him. No one's underestimated him in a long time. He forgot what it was like to make that his entire way of survival. And he, Izuku realizes, must have started doing that sometime before he was 8. The sun is shining. The infirmary window is open. And the other bed is empty. Somehow, the copy managed to get past Izuku, get his stuff, and squirrel down a tree he shouldn't have been able to, all without Izuku waking up. And he has no idea how. The branches of the nearest tree are close enough to the window that Izuku can see him getting out, but all the way to the ground? The drop from the lowest branch is too high for him to make, and with how scrawny he was then, there's no way he shimmed down the tree trunk. But there is some kind of discarded white fabric at the base of the tree. It looks a little bit like Siro's tape, but what would that be doing here? Izuku slams the window shut and drags a hand through his hair. This doesn't fit at all with him thinking he's in a coma or dead and so desperate to move on to a sparkly beyond that he may end up taking his future self down with him. It's not what he'd do if he thought it was that. But if he ignores all that, then what would he do? Run away. He is so f***ing stupid. He got played by a grade schooler who he had perfect knowledge of because he was himself. Swearing he goes for his shoes. There's no way little him actually made it past UA's security system to the point where he actually got off campus. Officially, there was no way out without prior approval from someone with clearance, which he doesn't have. Unofficially, the only way out was their currently undiscovered pizza underground whose existence Izuku would deny to his bloody end and whose requirements young Izuku definitely couldn't meet. Which means that tiny monster is still here, loose on the UA campus. Talking to people. He crams his shoes on as fast as he can and grabs his shirt from the day before. If he's fast, he can find him before anyone else finds him and convince him to stop ruining his own life. Frantic, he shoves his way through the infirmary doors, yanking on his shirt. One of his arms becomes tangled in the fabric, and the back of a shoe ends up crushed beneath his heel. Once he's got his head through the shirt collar, he hops on one foot as he tries to yank the shoe on properly, arms still twisted in his shirt. What are you doing? Izuku freezes mid-hop. Mr. Aizawa stares at him like an omen. Nothing is wrong, he says, like something is wrong. Right? Says Mr. Aizawa, slowly, like he knows something is wrong. Then where's the fire? He pulls his shoe free and sets his other foot on the ground. No fire. Why would you think there's a fire? You're fleeing the hospital wing. He is doing that. Right? He considers his options. Are you in a mindset to receive news that may hurt you? He should have considered different options. What happened? I will find him, Izuku vows. His teacher's gaze slips past him to the infirmary wing. Yeah, he's sort of gone? He winces. I will find him, sensei. Okay, calm down. Take a deep breath. He will do neither of those two things. He may just be using the bathroom. I'm pretty sure he isn't, says Izuku, weakly. He left out a window. Yeah, he expected that look. A window. A window, agrees Izuku. Are you certain? Beyond any possible doubt. No. No, maybe you should check the bathrooms after all. If Mr. Aizawa finds him, the copy is going to talk to him again. If he just goes AWOL, he could find little him first. And GG him. I could just be overreacting. Except Mr. Aizawa has had 3 years of him going AWOL to figure out the signs of him going AWOL. His eyes narrow. No. You have good instincts. This is the worst possible time for his teacher to believe in him. I'll send up an alert. Or, says Izuku, and he does not plan an end to the sentence before he starts it. Do that. The look on Mr. Aizawa's face suggests he could have picked a more persuasive argument than that. I'll find him. There's no need to cause a fuss. There's an injured and lost child roaming the grounds. That is true. I mean, he's me. And you know where I am already. So if you think about it, can I really be lost? Yes, says Mr. Aizawa. He didn't have to answer so quickly. The longer he does this, the more opportunity his past self has to say words to people out loud. He starts off down the hall again. I will find him. Mr. Aizawa dogs at his heels. Do you know why he ran? There is not an answer to that question that Izuku feels is appropriate to say out loud. No. The only thing that young Izuku said that wasn't already dead and in a coma was that he thought Izuku wanted to kill him. If he was lying about the first two and genuinely believed the last, then he probably doesn't believe that anyone will actually stop Izuku from offing him. Which means he would have fallen back on what served as the basis of all of his survival plans as a kid, which was, become too inconvenient to kill. He cannot say those words to Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa shoots him a skeptical look out of the corner of his eye. This is fair. He's lying wildly. What about where he's going? Where would he go in an unfamiliar place where once he can't get off the grounds? Somewhere to hide, probably, he admits, scratching his head. Outside. Not in a building. He wouldn't trust any building. Buildings can be locked down. Buildings may require keycard access. He's going to be up a tree or in a hole somewhere. The sun is bright and dimming when he pushes his way out the door. I will find him, Mr. Aizawa. No, sighs Mr. Aizawa. We'll find him. It's not often that Hitoshi sees tiny kitty shoes scramble up a tree while he's on his morning run. Granted, it's not never. Midoriya went and taught Eri to climb trees, and Sensei went and taught her to be a menace, and Mirio showed her those Snoopy comics where the dog laid in wait like a vulture so he could lunge down on unsuspecting victims. The result was that, on occasion, he would spend his run ignoring the increasingly loud giggling from the tree overhanging his jogging path, until he reached the last lap, at which point Eri would shriek her war cry and bodily hurl herself down on him. Hitoshi, for his part, would feign surprise, and he'd always catch her in a way that let her play conqueror without getting hurt. They'd tumble to the grass together, and she'd vanquish him for the rest of time or until the next time she decided he needed a good ambushing. At the end, he'd give her a piggyback ride to Sensei's place on campus while Eri giggled madly in his ear and asked, "Did I really get you?" These shoes, however, are not bright pink and encrusted with green bunny stickers. So not Eri. He heads over to the base of the tree. Definitely not Eri. The kid in the tree is a little boy in a wildly oversized t-shirt, sweats he recognizes from the infirmary, and tiny red sneaker shoes that remind him of Midoriya's. It's rare that there's kids brought to UA. As in, it's only happened once, and it was because the kid had such a volatile quirk and had been through something so unbelievably effed up that she couldn't possibly have any hopes of controlling it. No matter how many heroes it has, UA's not a rehabilitation center, and teachers and students don't bring their rescued victims back with them. There's systems in place for that. If the kid actually got brought to the infirmary here, it's an exceptional case, which translates loosely to unbelievably effed up. So, kid who's probably been to hell and back currently trying to become one with the foliage. Probably, definitely so spooked that he made a break for it, because this sure as hell isn't a sanctioned outing. And Sensei's probably the one who brought him here to begin with. He's the biggest softie on staff, no matter what he says, so he's the prime suspect and is more than likely quietly tearing the campus apart, currently looking for him. Before he can decide what to do with this information, the kid looks down and locks eyes with Hitoshi. Instantly, they widen with panic. The kid starts scrambling higher. What to do? If he texts Sensei, the kid's probably going to get even more spooked, and if he climbs too high, those branches are going to snap and he's going for a long fall. Granted, Hitoshi's got plenty of practice catching kids plummeting from this tree in particular, but there's every chance he's going to hit a few branches on the way down, and any kid that actually got brought to UA could probably do without bonus trauma. He tosses his bag on the ground and, casually as he can, takes out his capture weapon and ropes it around his neck. Then, he cranes his neck to look up at the kid. Lovely day, isn't it? The kid doesn't reply. He just snakes his arms around the tree trunk and clings to it like his life depends on it. Hitoshi stretches his arms over his head, aiming for casual. Do you mind? For a while, he thinks the kid's just not going to reply to him. But when he does, it's hoarse and full of poorly suppressed fear. Mind what? Bingo. He snags him with a mental loop, but he doesn't tug on it. It's a safety net and he means that as close to literally as he can. If the kid starts panicking to the point where he may fall, he can order him still long enough to get him out safely. But they're not there yet. Company. He sets his hand on one of the lower branches, but he doesn't pull himself up. He just waits. Oh. No, thank you. I'm good. Well, that didn't work. He scratches the back of his neck. You're good, huh? Poor kid sounds like he's on the verge of total panic. Yes, thank you. It's just, there's a lot of tree. I thought maybe we could share. I am experiencing existential terror at the moment, the kid says, weirdly matter-of-fact, which throws Hitoshi. Most kids don't talk like that. At least he thinks they don't. Kids don't like him so much except for Eri. This one's probably a riot in the good times. I was planning on doing it alone. Huh. He considers his options. What if I am also experiencing existential terror at the moment? No hesitation. You're not. Hitoshi has to force back a grin. You don't know that. I do. You're not. Goodbye. I could be a little existentially terrified right now. It's possible. Condolences. Bye now. How about this? He says. He decides to risk pulling himself up fully on one of the lower branches. The kid eyes him, but he doesn't retreat higher. Progress. How about you retain custody of the top half of the tree, and I stick to the bottom? How about you pick a different tree and we end the conservation? He has to bite back a laugh. Well, he says, considering, this is the best tree to have an existential crisis in. The kid's voice starts getting tetchy. I'm also sort of in hiding right now. If you could stop ruining that. So it's confirmed that he made a break for it. Ah. Feigning thoughtfulness, he tilts his head. Have you considered that I may be useful to you? Finally, it gets through. With an enormous amount of suspicion, the kid says, how? Well. He considers his words carefully. If he FS this up now, he might as well shove the kid off the top. You're in a tree. Absolute deadpan. No. Really? Really, Hitoshi says, very seriously. And it's got a lot of leaves. You're shaking right now. For a long moment, the kid falls silent. I didn't think of that. Oh, Hitoshi's spent enough of his life hiding in trees to know the pitfalls. If I'm in the lower branches of the tree, people are going to see me first and think that's why. It hides you better. An even longer silence. I guess. So. You can have some branches, I guess, says the kid. Then he adds, the lower branches. Hitoshi grins to himself and starts to climb. From his perch at the top, The kid eyes him warily during the entire climb. But Hitoshi keeps it up until he starts tensing like he's about to climb higher. He settles down a branch below him and pretends to watch the sunrise. Thanks. Don't thank me. It's symbiotic. Oh, that's adorable. He sounds out each syllable. He says it like he just learned it on a word-a-day calendar and couldn't wait to try it out. Yeah. He pps his head. What's that? You already know. The kid sounds scornful. You're a lot bigger. If I already learned it in science, you did too. This kid is a riot. I was very bad at science. There's another long silence as this matter is considered. We're helping each other, he says, eventually. There's his in. He's a helper now. That's a start, at least. Maybe he's not half bad at this kid thing after all. He wouldn't really know. Most kids were scared shitless of the mind control guy and refused to get within spitting distance of him. The far and few between outings where sensei lugged him and the rest of the class out to volunteer with kids, the kids usually spent the entire time staring moonishly at him before running off to climb Midoriya, Ida, and Kirishima like jungle gyms. Most of the class was middling with kids. Todoroki just introduced himself to them and tried to give them his life story, which usually resulted in them being confused and bored. Tsuyu, meanwhile, inspired some kind of primal trust in them which usually culminated in the shy ones clinging to her pant legs like she was their messiah. In contrast, Bakugo inspired some instinctual violence in the kids who were little sheets, and they spent their time in some kind of weird competition for dominance with him that he only sometimes won. Aoyama was immediately and inevitably singled out as the weak link, and kids usually preyed on him with a viciousness that Hitoshi has only seen in nature documentaries about the hunting patterns of wolves. For him, these trips always started with a fool's hope that he would spark some kind of cosmic connection with an impressionable youngling, and ended with him covered in glue and sobbing in the bus. Hitoshi honestly does not know why they keep bringing him. Ida had no clue what to do with kids, on account that Hitoshi seriously doubts he ever was one. That did not matter. He was built like a brick shithouse and went absolutely still when he was overwhelmed. Like a statue with glasses. This worked out for kids, who always unlocked some kind of inexplicable and ancient compulsion to scale him like Everest whenever he was in their immediate vicinity. Does not matter what kid it was. All of them had this trait, somehow, ingrained somewhere deep in their ancestral memory. He usually ended up with 9 or so grade schoolers screeching their victory like portents of doom while they hung from his every limb and appendage. Kirishima was better with kids, but for some reason decided that Ida's method was the absolute pinnacle of child rearing and did it on purpose. Thought that sheet was the best. Kids loved it. Children went nuts for Midoriya, surprising absolutely no one. He swears to God, they can't stick a kid within 30 feet of him without him inspiring them to be the next savior of mankind. If he was the one in this tree, Hitoshi has no doubt that not only would he already have the kid down, he'd have his lifelong adoration and have inspired him to save the whales or something. A part of Hitoshi suspected Midoriya was grown in a lab to be annoyingly perfect at life. He was bright and cheerful and dressed like a finger rabbit at almost all moments. He had the most special, magical quirk in existence. It was somehow 6 or 7 perfect heroic quirks in one. He was, and this was the most annoying of all, too nice to hate. He was the sheet Hallmark cards were made of. He was somehow this inhumanly nice person who was God's next step in evolution and only wanted to bring unicorns and rainbows to the people of the world. He smiled and the heavens opened to bring him sun. He's being a beach again. The hardest part is that Midoriya really is one of those people who are too nice to really hate. Hitoshi's seen plenty of people like him go through life with the world at their feet, and they get it in their head that it's what they deserve. But Midoriya was just stupidly, impossibly genuine about everyone and everything. It's stupid. No one asks for their lot in life. These things just happen. But sometimes Hitoshi feels horribly, bitterly ungenerous despite it all. He liked kids. He never admitted it aloud, because it would make the class unbearable next time they rolled up to volunteer with kids. They'd try to help, and there wasn't any help that could fix the terrified minds of little kids who had spent their entire lives being warned by their parents to stay away from evil men with mind control who would do bad bad things to them. He'd just freak them out. But yeah, he liked kids. Secretly, he'd like to do all the gushy stuff with them that Midoriya does, like listen to their dreams and tell them that they'll make it one day. All that no one did for him growing up. It's just life. Sometimes you get a shittier hand. Hitoshi's luckier than most, because Sensei gave him the time of day, and he's finally got a chance to answer the yearning that's been gnawing in his chest since he was a kid. But it sometimes gets hard to remind himself how lucky he is when he's in the same class as the guy who won the genetic lottery to a degree that is literally unprecedented in the entire span of human history. He sneaks another peek at the kid. Speak of the devil. If he didn't know better, he'd say Midoriya had a baby brother. Now that he sees him up close, the kid's freakishly similar to him. Dark green hair and eyes to match. Round cheeks splattered with freckles. Even the shoes are similar. Midoriya, who inexplicably spent the night in the medical wing. Time to guess the soap opera drama. Could be a clone, Hitoshi considers. That sounds like something that would happen to him. People did want to study him in a lab, which was a weird call to hear your teacher to field during office hours. Hey, guy who won the Nobel for his work in genetics. No, you can't borrow the underage student to do some light experimentation on him. No, they're sure. Yep, even if you return him in same or like same condition. They're really sure. Could be a kid, maybe, but Hitoshi hopes not. For one thing, he's got money on whatever the F is going on between him and Todoroki, and this may mean he'll lose out on the pot. For another, this kid seems old enough that it's less of a teen dad's happen, here's a diaper bag and a pamphlet, go with God situation, and more of a wow, someone really needs to call the police situation. It could be a baby brother, but he figures that Midoriya would have, mentioned there was a mini-him running around. Probably, right? Time travel? No. There'd be more police presence freaking the F out about the timeline if that were the case. Officially, there's no time travel quirks out there, but unofficially, everyone needs FING something to believe in, and Hitoshi can have this. He believes the message boards. It's out there. Midoriya's just the kind of guy to stumble straight into a government cover-up and somehow become the main character of it. Of course, it could always just be another kid who's overly intense about DEKU and designed his everything to match. Right now, the kid seems to be too on edge to talk. He's watching him like he's waiting for Hitoshi to make a grab for him. So he ignores him, digs his phone out of his pocket, pulls up Kitten's Rush, and starts to play. He makes sure to angle the phone so that the kid can see he's not calling the cavalry. Nothing but rushing kittens. No reason to fling your tiny, probably traumatized body from this tree, weird little mini Midoriya. Just watch the multicolored kittens. Are you a student here? Hitoshi doesn't look up from his game. Yeah, that's cool. It is the coolest thing that ever happened to him, and sometimes, it still doesn't feel real. He sets his phone in his lap. It is. Are you? The kid shifts slightly. In his new position, he's less curled up. Less on the defense. Good progress. You look like a hero student. He feels his eyebrows shoot up. Yeah. How could you tell? The kid just shrugs. He traces his fingertips across the rough bark of the trunk, and he doesn't reply. Do you like heroes? A nod. Yeah. He eyes him, considering. You gonna be one day? The sheer distrust that this kid radiates at the question throws him. He starts to scramble for a higher branch. Okay, bad question to ask. He turns back to his game. You got plenty of time to figure out what you want to be when you grow up. The kid just scoffs at that. Which, Sensei always says to trust his instincts. And his instincts hate the noise that comes out of the kid right then. If you're gonna be a hero, do you have a quirk? He keeps his eye on the game, but he's not paying any attention to it. This isn't a good question for him. This is the sort of question that can sink this entire situation. Yeah, he says as he considers whether lying about what it is would do more help than good. Most people do. Not everyone. Kid's almost defensive. Then, I met a hero that was quirkless. So this kid definitely has something to do with Golden Boy Midoriya. Lemillion's like his brother or something, unless you believe Twitter, in which case their wedding is set for June. Hitoshi tends not to believe Twitter, and also, he's got money in the game that he'd rather not lose. But Midoriya's practically attached at the hip with Lemillion. If Lemillion's involved, then there's a decent chance Midoriya's mixed up too. Lemillion, yeah? He swipes another row of kittens and is rewarded with a dazzling display of sparkles. Sick. Not even trying and he's still winning. He's cool. He's the coolest. There's a beat. If he's real. Fascinating approach to a man who can make his presence everyone's problem. You got information I don't, kid? The kid swings his feet a little from the branch. Maybe, he says, popping the bee. Feel like sharing? I don't know, he says. Then he tacks on, I'm experiencing existential terror right now. But it's got none of the heart anymore. Hitoshi nods gravely. What's your quirk, anyway? And your hero name? Admittedly, he was sort of hoping the kid was off that one already. Well, he's got good enough reflexes to catch him if he decides he needs to bodily fling himself to safety from the mind control guy. Mindjack. He swipes again, but his kittens do not rush. It was a sheet swipe. He can feel his pulse in his eyeballs, which is probably why. I can brainwash. The silence that falls over the tree almost has him going for his capture weapon. Yeah. Impossibly, the kid uncurls a bit more, angling towards him. He sounds interested. Hitoshi doesn't so much as look in his direction. Yeah. What kind of brainwashing? He tilts his head. There's 5 classifications. There are, but most people don't bother learning them, as total FING disgust tends to be the only one they need. Class B. He doesn't elaborate further. Psychic manipulation varied from being mildly suggestive to a total destruction of someone's psyche. There's this entire academic field about how much free will is left over with different kinds of manipulation. There's a big difference between being puppet to rob a convenience store to having a psychic quirk destroy your personality at its most base level to the point where you become the kind of person who robs a convenience store. He learned a while ago not to volunteer his own thoughts on the matter. Total control. Kid sounds thoughtful. Scale. That throws him. Most people don't learn enough about the intensity portion of the classification scale. Maybe this kid is related to Midoriya somehow. He sure acts enough like him. 7. Huh. He kicks his feet again. That's really cool. Hitoshi nearly falls out of the FNG tree. He's not proud to admit it. He'll never say as much to Sensei. A little kid said he was cool, he almost eats it on the grass. Be proud of your hand-picked protege, Eraserhead. Think so? It's really perfect for heroics. But, so that's what that feels like. He's going to humiliate himself if the kid keeps this up. One of the most difficult parts of being a hero is de-escalating. There's a bunch of heroes with physical quirks. Way more than mental ones. And most heroes like to show off their quirks when they do stuff, which means things turn into fights really fast. There's way less civilian injuries and property damage on average when it's someone with a psychic quirk handling it. And most of them don't have as cool a quirk as you. He's not even a crier. He actually has to clear his throat before he responds. Thanks. The kid shrugs, like they didn't just have a moment he's sort of been chasing his entire life. Just the facts. Then he falls back into silence. Hitoshi pretends to kitten rush. He has never been less invested in the kittens rushing. You seem like you have a lot on your mind. I do, says the kid. It's the existential terror. He says it like he's telling him the time. Hitoshi blows a breath out his nose. It'll probably get less scary if you tell someone. I don't think there's anyone to tell. But he's only like right here, climbing a tree for him, having special moments. Then the kid tells him, I'm dead, you see. Kids are FING wild. Holy shit. This kid thinks he's FING dead. They did not cover this in training. I see. Hitoshi settles on. He adds, you seem to be in remarkably good health for it. Thank you, says the kid, like he means it. I could be in a coma, though. In a coma? Does he know what a coma is? I'm impressed that you managed to climb a tree like that. The kid looks at him like he's stupid. If I'm in a coma, then I can't climb trees. Okay? How's he the one who's coming off as unreasonable in all of this? We're in a tree, he tries. The tree is the product of my rich internal world, he says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. He gives Hitoshi a considering look. You are too, if I'm dead or in a coma. Congrats on being one of the more cool hallucinations. He's back to feeling weirdly touched by this crazy little kid. He may cry. Thank you. The kid just shrugs. Is that what the existential terror is about? He supposes that thinking you're dead or in a coma would do it. Probably. It's not like he's ever walked around thinking he was dead or in a coma, so he guesses he wouldn't know. Instead of answering, the kid just stares at his hands and shrugs. His legs swing a little bit more. He digs in his pocket. Jelly packet? That surprises the kid straight out of his silence. He blinks at the silicon like Hitoshi just pulled out a snake or something. Huh. Hitoshi shrugs. I figure that being dead or in a coma works up your appetite. I guess. He makes no move towards the jelly packet. Whatever. Hitoshi just plops it in his lap and pulls out one for himself once he's certain it's not going to fall to the ground. When he starts to hear the kid fumble it open, he says, I'm Shinso. Dead silence. And this is the part where you say, Hi, my name is. More silence. Crickets. Nothing. Kill him. I don't know if I should say, says the kid, eventually. What's the harm? If you're dead or in a coma, that is. There is, replies the kid, very quietly and straight into his own lap, a third theory as to what's going on that I decided would be poorly received. So I did not share it. Hitoshi has no FING clue as to what's going on, personally. Yeah. Yes. And what's the theory? Very, very quietly, the kid says, I may have been killed and replaced. What the F is going on in this kid's life? He has to take a beat to consider what to say. Wow. It probably shouldn't have been that. Somehow, the kid goes with it. He takes a solemn slurp of his jelly and agrees, wow. That's some pretty heavy stuff. It is. And then, of course, if this is a hallucination from my death and or coma, then I could have a hallucinated plot line where there was someone who killed and replaced me. The worst of both worlds. It's very confusing. It is. He is not following in the least. He's never been more confused, actually. How, if you don't mind me asking, the kid shrugs, which Hitoshi takes as not minding, how were you killed and replaced if you can sit here and talk to me? I'm in the future. Another absolutely effing astounding development in a narrative he is not following in the slightest. I see. That was a lie. He does not see anything. I was walking home from school yesterday, explains the kid. And then I wasn't. A strange and beautiful man told me that this was the future of my dreams. He's so confused. Fascinating. Go on. He slurps his own jelly, just to give him something to do. There's a me in the future. Only he's not me. He's definitely not me. How can you tell? The kid scrunches up his nose like he's disgusted. He's perfect. And this is a bad thing? He's unrealistically perfect. Hitoshi shrugs. Maybe you just have a glow up? I have no idea what that is, says the kid, very matter-of-factly. But it does not change the fact that that weirdo is not me. Huh. He slurps his jelly and considers whether it would derail too much to explain what a glow-up is. Probably, right? So who is he? Possibly my killer, he says, which is, again, a hell of a jump. He wants my blood. Pingy what? But he could also just be the strange and twisted torment of my dying synapses. Like in It's a Wonderful Life. Hitoshi has no idea what he's talking about, but it does not happen in It's a Wonderful Life. Back up, back up, back up. He raises a hand. Break it down for me from the beginning. Go back to the school part. 1 second, I was trying to make it home. Interesting way of wording that. He files it away and doesn't interrupt. The next, I was across town and there was some guy passed out on the concrete. Hey, better. More context. He is still confused. Hitoshi motions for him to continue. Another guy shows up. He glances at Hitoshi like he wants to make sure he's following. This is the strange and beautiful one. Strange and beautiful. Hitoshi nods solemnly. Could be almost anyone he knows and a lot of people he doesn't. Continue. And this guy tells me that he's a quirkless hero. The kid says it with the same intonation that Hitoshi imagines people used when they found out about the moon landing. And Lemillion has entered the scene. Strange and beautiful quirkless hero fits the bill. Which means he almost falls out of the FNG tree again. The kid, who may or may FNG not be Midoriya as a weird little kid, continues. Which sounds like the exact thing I would come up with if my dying brain was doing weird shit in its last moments. Wait, what? What? A quirkless hero? Maybe Midoriya nods fervently. Nope, Hitoshi's still confused. Why? In response, the kid gets a weird look on his face, drops his eyes, and mumbles something into his lap. Sorry. A little louder, the kid who may be Midoriya says, I'm quirkless. Hitoshi freezes. So not Midoriya. Can't be Midoriya. Midoriya's got quirk bullshit up to his ears. It has to be something else. The kid rushes, like he needs to get it all out before Hitoshi stops him. I've wanted to be a hero for forever. And everyone says I can't do it. But I can't help it. His hand grabs at his shirt above the heart, claws into it, and yanks. It's all I've ever wanted. And that's familiar. That hurts. All at once, the kid's closing off to him. He curls his legs away, averts his eyes, like he's afraid Hitoshi will hurt him. I know the feeling, he says, and it's not what he wanted to say. He wanted to say all that gushy stuff that Midoriya gets out when the kids tell him their dreams. The stuff that belongs on Hallmark cards and PR campaigns. But he can't think of them. One chance to give hope and he blows it. Still, the kid's eyes flicker to him, still so and wide-eyed and more than a little afraid. But his legs slack a bit. Like he's less afraid. He sniffles a bit. So he tells me I'm in the future, and a hero in it. That there was some kind of quirk accident and it hit some guy who's supposed to be me and I came out. But I can't be the guy they say I am. Dread churns in his gut. Why is that? Because this guy's everything I'm not. He sounds like he may break down crying. His quirk's just stupid and overkill. It doesn't even make sense. It's like 5 quirks in one. No one has that many quirks. Holy. FING. Nope, that's it. There is only one person this could possibly be. Tiny, quirkless Midoriya presses on, and everyone loves him. I googled him. People act like he's Jesus or something. He can't be me. That's effing Midoriya. It has to be Midoriya. Hitoshi's going to have a slide and die in this tree. Tiny Midoriya starts to cry silently to himself, which he's supposed to do something. Comfort something. He can't hug. They're in a tree. On separate branches. They'll fall. He keeps saying that our quirk just came in late, but I know that can't be true. My dad made me go to 15 specialists. He cries harder. What? Nothing, and then all of a sudden we get a bunch of quirks. And all of our dreams come true and suddenly everyone loves us? That doesn't even make sense. There's a lot loaded into that. They should unpack that. Hitoshi is not qualified to unpack that. And you think you're dead. Tiny Midoriya swipes at his cheeks, but they stay stained with tear tracks. And that as its last act, my brain has created a strange hell to taunt me. Like it's a wonderful life. He is so not qualified to unpack that. It could be a coma, he continues. I thought I could maybe just achieve self-awareness or whatever and pull the plug, but it didn't work when I asked. He has never been less qualified to unpack something. But there's a third option. Hence. He pats the tree trunk solidly twice. Tree. Ah, the thing he's the least qualified of all to handle. The killing and replacing thing? It's possible. Tiny Midoriya gnaws on his own lip. There's not a quirk on record that could result in permanent possession, but if you believe that quirks in general get stronger with each generation, then it could have happened. Hitoshi considers what to say to this. The only thing that comes to mind is, what the F-? He elects to not say this. There are precedents. There was a serial killer 30 years ago. His victims would drop dead 24 hours after they spent a day acting weird. And then the autopsies would Say they were supposed to be dead the entire day, they were acting differently. He glances meaningfully at Hitoshi. He was eating their hearts. It let him become them for one full day. Then, very quietly, he did some really weird things with that day. That does not sound age-appropriate. You really had unrestrained internet access as a kid, huh? Mom made the parent portal password my birthday. Corrects tiny Midoriya. Don't tell her I know, okay? The actual Midoriya is 17 and Hitoshi once watched him bite off a man's ear with his teeth. He's sort of effing insane, is the thing. The ship of his innocence has well sailed, if it ever came into dock to begin with. Cross my heart. So, this guy maybe needed a new body or something. I don't know. And his quirk doesn't act like one quirk. He could be able to secretly kill and replace people. Maybe. I don't know. But Recovery Girl said I'm biologically him and he's biologically me. So maybe this quirk brought back like, me, only future me is not me because I was killed and replaced. His face falls into a troubled expression. In which case I think I'm in danger. Hitoshi should say something. Except he has no idea what the F you say to this. Because you've been killed and replaced. Because if you kill and replace someone and they come back, then the obvious next move is to kill them again, says tiny Midoriya, exasperated. This guy already asked them to give him all my blood. He's back to being impossibly confused. He asked for your blood? He says it's his blood, says tiny Midoriya, with a surprising amount of vitriol. But it was mine first. I see. He does not FINGC. He needs to tap in sensei for this one. This is well out of his pay grade. He is not getting paid. You know, you're surrounded by a bunch of heroes. If you're worried, you can just ask them for help. No, I can't, says tiny Midoriya, sounding more than a little betrayed. They'll let him do it. The certainty gives him pause. Kill you? And possibly help him. He swipes at his tear-stained cheeks again, sniffling a bit. He's like hero Jesus to people. Everyone loves him. And I'm just DEKU. No one's gonna care. Hitoshi needs to get them out of this FING tree. His throat's getting tight. He doesn't know how to do this. Listen to some kid with his classmate's face talk about how he thinks he was murdered and a literal horde of heroes is going to stand by and let it happen again. This is so far out of his wheelhouse that it's in space. He's in a weird mix of his horrible FING childhood and brand new trauma he's making in real time. Anyway, it's only one of three options, says tiny Midoriya. He scrubs furiously at his eyes. I needed time to consider. Hence. He slaps the tree trunk twice. I see. He does not see. He's never been so violently confused about current and past events in his life. What the F dash? Thank you for telling me. Thank you for the jelly packet, replies tiny Midoriya, which Hitoshi feels is a very different thing. Hitoshi considers his options. You know, even if you've been killed and replaced, which I really don't think you have been, I wouldn't let him do it again. That is very easy to say when you are in this tree and he isn't here. What? You don't think I'll be able to stop him? I think it doesn't matter. If this is the future, I'm just a quirk. Mimi is already dead. And he's back to confusion. Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. He kicks his heels, staring down at the ground glumly. Thanks for listening, Shinso. Is he expected to what? Shrug and walk away? The F dash? I could take you to our dorms, he offers. There's lots of witnesses there. Not that you are going to be killed and replaced. Another kick of his heels. Oh boy. More witnesses to corroborate that Jesus guy had nothing to do with taking all my blood. He is reminded hauntingly of middle school. Getting the sheet kicked out of him and the entire class getting together on the story. Nothing like it being your word against 19 to get you punished for being the victim. He winces. How's school for you? Tiny Midoriya barks an incredulous laugh that tells him just about everything he needs to know. He'll unpack that later. Sensei's always yammering about triage. He should triage something. This conversation seems to be hemorrhaging. Where would you feel safe? Tiny Midoriya looks at him, a bit incredulous. Very pointedly he slaps the tree trunk twice. Right? Hitoshi sighs. The kid started to be entranced by the dazzling and rushing kittens by the time he spots Sensei and Midoriya. He's leaning over Hitoshi's phone, watching with interest at the game. Sometimes he pipes up and suggests a new move, which Hitoshi always does. He's less worked up around an hour and a half after sunup. Around then, Hitoshi gets optimistic that he may be able to get him out of the diamond tree sometime before sundown. And then Sensei and Midoriya start working their way through the trees on this part of campus. And tiny Midoriya visibly starts remembering that he's supposed to be in the midst of existential terror. His eyes flaw wide. He starts to scramble his way up the tree again. "Wait," murmurs Hitoshi, holding up one hand. And somehow, tiny Midoriya waits. Holy shit. Unprecedented win. Neither of us can outrun them. And they're going to reach this tree eventually. "You were supposed to be camouflage," hisses tiny Midoriya. "They're inspecting each tree much more thoroughly than I thought they would." A lie. He never thought there would be any tree inspections. That's FNG insane. So, you currently have negotiating power. To help me stay in the tree. They need to get out of the FING tree. And probably into therapy. Holy shit. It's been a long day and it's not even 8 in the morning yet. They definitely want you out of the tree. Tiny Midoriya takes this with zero grace. But you can set the terms for coming down. There is a 1 in 3 chance that they will kill me when I come down. There is a 0 chance that they will kill him when they come down. So set terms that help mitigate the risk. Tiny Midoriya stares at him, uncomprehending. "Like the dorms," says Hitoshi, pointedly. "They'll just corroborate his alibi." You have no idea how deeply the stick up the class reps but is buried. He considers a moment. "Don't repeat that." Tiny Midoriya makes a hurry-up motion, eyeing their progress with the other trees. They're sticklers. Rule followers. They're not gonna just let you be murdered. If I'm a quirk, it's not legally murder. He pauses, considering. I could haunt them though. Hitoshi has no idea how they got here. Sure you can. I don't know. I'd rather stay in the tree. They need to get out of the goddamn tree. They're gonna reach us eventually. Better it happens on our terms. I guess. That's the most permission he is ever going to get from this kid. He thumbs over to Sensei's contact before he can say any other words. Then he texts, "Do a flip." A moment later, Sensei's head snaps up with a haunting and violent precision. It strikes fear into his soul. 10-10 will continue to entrust this man with his education. Everything he wants to be and more. His phone rings. Tiny Midoriya startles, but he raises his hand again and answers. "Where are you?" Sensei demands, the second the phone hits his ear. "Tree." A sigh. "Are you with the kid?" Hitoshi makes a show of consideration. He pulls his phone back, then whispers, theatrically, "Am I with you?" Tiny Midoriya shakes his head fervently. He puts his phone back to his ear. "We have no idea what you're talking about." Sensei starts Darth Vader death marching towards their tree. Midoriya clips at his heels, looking more distressed than he's ever seen him. Within moments, they're at the base. And see, Hitoshi had this entire plan, right? Witty banter. Something to put the kid at ease and get him out of the FING tree, for fuck's sake. It was a more comprehensive plan than he brings to FING midterms. Except tiny Midoriya sees himself, screeches like a banshee, and flings his FNG sneaker at him. It misses. Midoriya doesn't so much as twitch. He's never looked more tired in his life, and Hitoshi has seen him pretty FING tired. "Please get out of the tree," he begs. No, he starts trying to become one with the tree trunk again. That's like all his progress gone. "Leave me alone." Midoriya, tries Sensei, with a mixture of exhaustion and relief. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm in a tree. Leave me to it." "We can't leave you in the tree, Midoriya. You're hurt. We just want to help." He's if what? Hitoshi's head snaps towards him. In response, tiny Midoriya makes this so motion with his hand, which what? "No thank you. I will stay in the tree. Goodbye now." Below, Midoriya buries his face in his hands and says, "Why do you hate me?" like he may actually cry. Tiny Midoriya has no sympathy. He hurls his other shoe. This one hits Midoriya on his back. He does not move. Then, Tiny Midoriya hollers, "You killed me. I'm allowed to hate you." Which Hitoshi thought that theory was a secret. But whatever. Genuinely bewildered, Midoriya looks up from his hands, pauses a second and says, "What?" "I'm not explaining to him," huffs Tiny Midoriya, and he embraces the tree trunk again. Hitoshi already had to suffer this conversation once today. "Midoriya, do you remember getting past the parental controls on the internet as a kid because your mom made the password your birthday or something?" There is a deafening silence. "What are you telling people?" screams Midoriya. "That's not very helpful. Do you remember some guy who was like a serial killer, who ate hearts or some shit?" Another deafening silence. "Then, you think I'm the Wendigo killer?" "That one," confirms Tiny Midoriya to Hitoshi. "Yeah, that one," Hitoshi calls down to him. Sensei pinches the bridge of his nose. Hitoshi is familiar with the gesture. "But I don't think he's him. I think he has a more evolved version of a similar quirk." Hitoshi leans over the branch he's sitting on and kicks his feet a bit. "He doesn't think you're him, he thinks." For his part, Midoriya sounds hysterical. "Yeah, I heard him. I've never had that good hearing," says Tiny Midoriya. That's a point against him. Midoriya sits down hard in the dirt and buries his face in his hands. Hitoshi can see his back heave as he tries to breathe. "Okay," says Sensei, in the way he does when he's trying to regain control. "Let's all just..." "What happened to being dead or in a coma?" hollers Midoriya at himself. "Can we go back to that? I can't believe I missed that." "We're still on that," Tiny Midoriya hollers back. "This is one of 3 working theories." Midoriya screams into his own hands. "Okay." Sensei raises one hand. "Everyone just stop. Stop for a second." And like the order came from God himself, all of them stop. It's honestly a little fascinating. Sensei has never been this good at wrangling Midoriya before. "Midoriya, we can't let you stay in the tree. What would make you feel comfortable to come out of it?" "Him on a different continent," mutters Tiny Midoriya. "More realistic goals," Hitoshi tells him. "You're right. Then, I want to keep my blood." "You were there for the blood transfusion," snaps Midoriya. "I already have different blood. This is such a weird FANG day. But eat their life instead. We are the same person." "No, we aren't." He hugs his tree trunk more fervently. "I told you I'm quirkless. Stop telling people that. And, I told you that we were a late bloomer." Tiny Midoriya presses his forehead to the trunk. "That's crazy. You're crazy." Hitoshi feels like he should intervene but also has no idea how. Luckily, Sensei continues to be the man he wants to be when he grows up. Midoriya just, "No more talking to yourself." Midoriya groans. For his part, Tiny Midoriya just says, "I've changed my mind. I'm staying in the tree. Goodbye now." They need to get out of the FING tree. "Hang on," Hitoshi starts. "Wait," says Midoriya. He sounds tired. "I have a peace offering." "Sort of. It's the best I can do." Tiny Midoriya falls silent. "All Might's gonna be here soon to help me with this. He's on a plane." He asks in a hard breath. If this is real, then he's actually All Might. If this is, Hitoshi can practically hear him grind his own teeth, death or a coma, then he's the product of your subconscious, right? "I'm listening." "So it's All Might. And he would never hurt you. Not in even your worst nightmares, right? Your brain wouldn't be able to come up with a version of him that would do wrong." Dead silence from Tiny Midoriya as he considers this. "And I'm supposed to actually believe he's coming?" "He is." "Oh yeah? Why would All Might come to help you with something?" "Look, I don't know." Midoriya's breath catches. For a second, Hitoshi thinks that he may sob, but his eyes stay dry and he pushes back the heaving. "I don't know why he gives a shit about us. I don't know why anyone does. Maybe. I'm just as confused as you are, how about that?" As soon as the words leave his mouth, his eyes flicker to meet Hitoshi's, and his jaw goes slack. He doesn't look like the annoyingly perfect golden boy anymore. He just looks kind of wrecked, honestly. Fine. Hitoshi's head snaps towards tiny Midoriya. He's staring at his hands again, and Hitoshi can't read the look on his face. I have a few conditions, though. Midoriya drags both his hands down his face. Sure. What are they? I don't want to go back to the infirmary. He glances at Hitoshi, haltingly. I want to go to the dorms. What are you going to tell people while you're there? Demands Midoriya. Tiny Midoriya says nothing. Here's a place where he can intervene. He can hide out in my dorm, Midoriya. It's all good. Dead silence from the older Midoriya this time. And I want a notebook or a clipboard or something. I want to think and I work better on paper. We can do that, says Sensei. But you have to let Recovery Girl check you again before anything. Yeah, okay. Anything else? Tiny Midoriya looks uncertainly at him. Shrugging, Hitoshi says, I could go for some coffee. Shinso. Kidding, Sensei, he says, unlooping his capture weapon and slinging it around a branch. Ready? Shinso, says Tiny Midoriya, eyes wide and innocent. I just want you to know that whatever happens, you're a hero to me. He may cry. You're just trying to play me. Yeah, admits Tiny Midoriya. If he eats my blood, I'll haunt you. Fair enough. He repels them both down. This situation may be past the point of being salvaged. He can't come clean to little him about one for all. The kid will 1, not believe him, and 2, tell literally everyone. If he didn't buy the fantastical idea that his genetics just kicked in a little bit past the point where it did for literally any other person on the planet, he's not going to believe that there's a transferable and enormously powerful quirk that their personal hero and coolest man in existence gave to him specifically. That's even FNG crazier. It'd be like if Yagi gifted him his eye color or something. Which means he's stuck harping on the fact that his genetics just happened late. And he really hopes people buy that, because he's starting to get worried that if little him doesn't shut up, people will start tying it to the only known way to get quirks other than by accident of birth. He'll walk into the ocean if he gets caught in a scandal for getting his quirk from his sworn enemy and nemesis. They've got this entire generational hate thing going. He cherishes the system, really. Izuku inherited a lot of his loathing, but he added in plenty of his own. Like a family history, almost, but with way more violence. It's special to him. He wouldn't want that to be tainted. Besides, the past users get all tetchy when people bring up All for One. It feels like there's a wasp nest in his bones. They'll get so pissy if people try to credit them to their sworn enemy and murderer. And it's not like he can come clean to the public about One for All. No, don't worry guys, he has the other ancient, transferable power from the dawn of quirks. Comes with a grudge and like 7 super set-off ghosts who will live inside of you forever. To top that off, now the little terror also thinks that Izuku is the FING Wendigo killer. Which is a problem for all the obvious reasons, but also because he knows himself. That Sheet is going to start burning bridges now. He never had bridges to burn, growing up. No one would ever build a bridge to him. It's not a problem that exists in his mind. He's not going to think of the consequences of the violent distrust he's bringing to the table. Case in point. Just give me a second. Shinso won't stop looking at him. Izuku cannot read the looks he's giving him, because he's never been able to read Shinso. It's not like they talk all that much outside of class. His younger self has attached to him like a mollusk. He's hiding behind him. He's got his forehead pressed into Shinso's back, eyes squeezed shut, hands bunched up in the fabric of his shirt. The loose t-shirt that Shinso wears whenever he works out stretches and contorts against his abs from how tight he's pulled, and Shinso looks like he doesn't really know how to respond to this development. God, little him is trembling. And Shinso can tell, and Recovery Girl can tell, and Mr. Aizawa can tell, and there's literally no reason for it because Izuku did not kill him. This is humiliating. Mr. Aizawa crouches down by Shinso's legs. What's wrong, kid? You have to ask, says young Izuku, incredulous, into Shinso's back. Shinso gives him another weird look. No one's gonna hurt you. You have my word on that. I don't even know you. Your word means nothing to me. This is hitting his limits. He slides down the infirmary wall, limbs heavy, completely drained. "Look," he says a bit weakly. "I know you don't like me. And I know you don't want to listen to anything I have to say. But these people are going to be important to you one day. Can't you at least try to be nice to them? That's the problem." Still delivered straight in Shinsu's back. God, he only has to sit next to this guy in class. They know you. You're important to them. They'll help if you kill me. Everyone here is already on your side. This isn't his elementary or middle school. Look, I promise you that Mr. Aizawa has never once been on my side. Oh, if dash. Oh, he made that worse. That came out wrong and now Mr. Aizawa's staring at him. I didn't mean it like that, Izuku says quickly. He's still staring. Oh God. He's not on anyone's side. He's fair. He does the right thing. You can trust him. He did not salvage that. Shinso pipes up. You can trust him, kid. Sensei's cool. Little him doesn't move. Then slowly he lets go of the shirt. He sounds resigned. Let's just get this over with. Shinso helps little him up onto the hospital bed, which also weird. That's his classmate. The one he judo flipped the first time they met and then barely spoke to again. And he's helping him up onto a medical cot. Sitting with him to keep him calm. Like he's a victim that needs to be saved or something. What did he tell him? When he's on the cot, young Izuku scoots himself straight into the furthermost corner and draws his legs up to his chest. You can't do that, Izuku sighs. Come on, you know she can't reach you there. Please don't make it harder on Recovery Girl than you have to. Shinso taps the space next to him. Sooner we get this done, the sooner we can leave this stuffy place and go hang out in my room. All right, says young Izuku. Seriously? He sighs, then scoots back to the edge of the bed. Recovery Girl shuffles forward, a package of bandages in her hands. I've prepared a wrapping with a topical cream for you, dear. She sets it on the cot next to young Izuku and starts unraveling it. I want you to tell me if it helps with the pain. Thank you, Recovery Girl, says Izuku, because he knows that little him won't do it. Shinsu's eyes flicker to Izuku just barely before they land back on the younger version. Ugh. You get scuffed up or something, kid? I don't remember, says young Izuku, shrugging off his shirt. The gauze from the night before is still wrapped around his torso, slightly twisted and stained with sweat now. But they aren't so bad. He can't see Shinsu's face anymore. It's turned away from him, staring down at the bandages around the younger version's torso. Yeah, they don't look so good. They're better than when I usually get hurt. My heart usually goes all fast and sometimes I get dizzy. He presses on one of the gauze squares experimentally. This just hurts some. Casually, Shinso grabs him by the hand and guides it away from the injuries. Recovery Girl takes the opportunity to start unworking the bandages. You get hurt a lot? Young Izuku just shrugs. Can we not ask him questions? Izuku drags his hands down his face. Please. Crickets. He feels like an a-hole. This isn't a crime we're investigating. This isn't a kid whose placement we're trying to figure out. This is me. From ages ago. He sounds pathetic. Just leave him be, okay? None of the information's gonna be actionable. And he'd really rather none of them knew what the answers were. Midoriya, says Mr. Aizawa. Can I speak to you outside? Yeah, that's fair. Yes, sir. Young Izuku's eyes drill into him until the door is shut behind him. He doesn't wait for Mr. Aizawa to get mad. I'm sorry. For what? It throws him. Usually he doesn't have to come up with the for what. It's built into the situation. For losing my cool this entire time. It's pretty understandable to be upset. You've had a stressful 24 hours. Still, I could have handled him better. Mr. Aizawa gives him an inscrutable look. There's a few sensitive matters that I felt were important to discuss with you. And I thought that it'd be best to do it privately. He wants to cry. Yeah, privacy's a thing he misses. Is it about me trending? It's a little bit of a jump, but not much of one. He's sort of been waiting for Mr. Aizawa to pull him aside since Yagi brought it up. The school has this entire new policy in place about monitoring news trends about their students, especially since Class A blew up the way it did. It's stupid. They got as famous as they did because a bunch of adults tried to repeatedly murder them when they were 15, and everyone treated them like they were lucky for it. Mostly Monoma, but there were a few throughout the school. Especially with the business students, the currency in heroics is still reputation. It's talk. The more you're in the news, the more your name is in people's mouths, the greater your net worth is projected to be. And there wasn't a student in Class A left that didn't currently have the fame equivalent of a hero ranked in the low 70s. To the rest of the school, it looked like they had the impossible good fortune to be bodily catapulted into their careers. Izuku had too many nights that ended in an impromptu sleepover with Tsuyu because one of them couldn't stop FANG thinking about the moment Shigaraki grabbed her face for him to count it as lucky. The class doesn't really talk about it. It's unspoken. But they all feel the same. They all got pretty sick of the worst moments of their lives being treated as cool trading card moments pretty fast. He, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Bakugo, Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Ida were all household names already. The rest of the class varied from famous in like, the drummer of an A-list band kind of way, where everyone knew them but they could usually go to the grocery store without being recognized, to waging active and hostile war on their own fame. It was causing problems, Izuku knows, especially for the students who were aiming to do underground work. Like Shinso, UA had to overhaul its entire policy on students' presence in the media because of how unprecedented the situation was. It was unbelievably rare that any student left UA with a following of any note. All Might hadn't left UA with a following. The full, professional debut was the moment where your career was supposed to launch. At most, you could expect a few weeks after the sports festival where people may recognize you on the train, but the attention always died down. The attention on them did not FANG die down. At first, it didn't seem like a big deal. People would say hi to them on public transport. Ashido would rush in, spin around, and gush about how a group of middle schoolers had asked for her autograph while she was at the konbini. Bakugo became a meme on 6 distinct occasions within a 2-month span, which was hilarious for everyone who wasn't him. The sacred and holy backflip treaty that ne'er shall be broken lest we all be cursed by sages of old exacerbated matters, was a mistake, and also only happened because they were all drunk when it was made. One time, they smuggled in sake via the pizza underground, on express condition that absolutely no one asked how it got in. The pizza underground was far too sacred and elaborately designed to be trusted to the entire class. It couldn't be risked to amateurs. The booze would be there. It would be there on a weekend where Mr. Aizawa was off campus and could not sense their delinquency. But no one could ask how it got there. It would be on the kitchen table at 9 p.m. on the dot and no one would ask any FING questions. Treat it like fairies grace their table, but do not goddamn ask how it got in the dorms. You actually even scare me sometimes, Ashido had told him, honestly and to his face, as she handed him an envelope of cash for the booze drop. Like, I feel like I'd ask you if I needed to get a gun on the streets or something. I feel like you'd know how to do that. He did know how to do that. It would be faster to ask Yaoyorozu. That's not a no, said Ashido, which was true, because the answer wasn't no. Todoroki's older brother bought the sake for them, on account that he was happy his brother was finally experiencing childhood, and also he didn't give a f dash. When Todoroki relayed this information to him, Izuku thought he meant Natsuo. He did not. I thought you were evil or something, Izuku had said, in the godforsaken cat cafe that Todoroki set as the drop location. Dabi's disguise consisted of neon pink Sailor Moon glasses and the fact that all the cats in the building wanted to cover every square inch of his body. Sometimes. In that moment, Izuku decided that Dabi hadn't f'd with them in a long enough time that this didn't need to become a thing. Also, Mr. Aizawa would ask why he was meeting with him to begin with if this turned into a police report, and Izuku would die if he told him that. So do you not want to kill me right now? He shrugged. Not with the league anymore. Izuku felt this did not answer the question but did not push it. And you don't want to kill your family either? Old man still effing getting it. Izuku did not have qualms with this, personally, so he said, okay, and slid him the envelope. Dabi squinted at him over his Sailor Moon glasses and did not take it. So you and Shudo, huh? And Izuku waited for him to continue the sentence, but he did not. Me and Shuda what? Are together. He's not here right now, said Izuku, confused. He glanced over his shoulder to be certain. Why, do you see him? Dabi stared at him with all the weight and inevitability of the implacable passage of time. Holy F dash, he whispered. He actually found one as stupid as him. Which Izuku felt was uncalled for. Without another word, Dabi slid him a nondescript paper bag filled with bottles of sake, pocketed the cash, downed his passion fruit iced tea like it was a shot, and lumbered up from his chair. The cats fell from him like the foliage grown over an evil of old that had been dormant for a millennia and was finally rumbling to life. Then he strode off into the night with his ugly matrix coat fluttering in the wind and muttering about wasting his time with dumbass who got their sheet rocked by emotionally illiterate toddlers, and texting Fuyumi about this bullshit. When Izuku asked Todoroki why this entire situation happened, he told him, Fuyumi told mom on him. Apparently, Fuyumi wanted a normal FING family, so help her God, and that was a threat. She was ready to commit felonies for it. Natsuo just hated his FANG dad and was willing to play the long game on pissing him off. Rei was on a weekend leave from her psychiatric hospital and only involved after most of the felonies were over, so as not to upset her weekend off. Todoroki was not told what was going on until he was already in the car and just sort of went with it. Following a minor hostage situation, multiple fires, and his mom being not mad but very disappointed, Dabi negotiated Fuyumi down to bi-monthly sibling dinners, calling his FNG mom again, killing less people, getting roaring drunk with Natsuo so they could sheet-talk their dad at least once every few weeks, a sibling group chat, and occasionally checking in on Todoroki to give him a brotherly hair ruffle and advice that he should not, under any circumstances, take. Todoroki, who really was not told what was going on until he was already in the car, said, okay, and went with this. Dabi did, however, refuse to forego his plot to one day murder their father. This was okay because no one asked him to. That all made total sense to Izuku. So these drinks aren't poisoned? Todoroki had to consider for a moment. Probably not. And then they put them on the kitchen table like the booze fairy and forgot about it. Anyway, the sheet Dabi bought them might as well have been jet fuel. Izuku actually has no knowledge or recollection of the backflip treaty's drafting, on account that the pictures that Aoyama took to memorialize the occasion have him in the background, passed out on Todoroki's lap, who was passed out on Ida's lap, with Uraraka passed out on the top of the pile. Like drunken Russian nesting dolls. Tokoyami named and blessed the treaty. Kirishima and Kaminari masterminded it. Somehow, Izuku ended up signing it with what he was later told was his own blood, which means he's bound by it lest they all be cursed, he guesses. The only one in the class who didn't end up stuck in the FNG backflip treaty was Bakugu, who went to bed at 8:30 and missed the party entirely. The end result was that they all have to do flips whenever people ask them to, presumably until they die, which the internet figured out with alarming quickness. It happened a lot. Once, Aizawa had demanded to know why they would do a flip whenever people asked. And Ida, who had to do 7 consecutive backflips in the patio area of a McDonald's before he escaped the group of middle school boys who managed to corner him, said, "We are servants of the public and take their requests very seriously." Anyway, the backflip treaty didn't help the fame situation. It didn't help it in the least. The school intervened and gave them extra help when the attention was deemed harmful or invasive enough. This meant anything from lessons on decorum in places where people could see him for Bakugu, who was on his 23rd meme and counting, to Mr. Aizawa kicking the sheet out of some creepy 53-year-old salaryman who got handsy with Hagakure while she was in the middle of saving his FING life. Nedza made him do a press conference to deal with the fallout from that one. Izuku thinks he was supposed to apologize or something, but Mr. Aizawa just gave a PowerPoint presentation on a non-exhaustive list of situations that would result in him kicking the sheet out of you on his students' behalf and then refused all questions. Getting caught up in a dating scandal was an automatic ticket to the school intervening, on account that people on the internet got super FING weird about them and their love lives, and because the first time it happened was such a shitshow. Someone had gotten pictures of Kirishima and Yayarozu at some kind of chocolate-making class that was marketed towards couples. As a note, they only went to the class together because Jiro was allergic to chocolate and Kirishima had the bad taste to be dating Bakugo, who was too competitive to bring to group classes. As another note, the chocolates that Kirishima was making had been decorated to spell, "I love that we're gay," with little chocolate explosions as garnish. It culminated in a lot of really questionable fan art of the two of them, some completely uninvolved. Adult woman with a mortgage and master's degree threatening to set herself on fire if they ever broke up, Bakugo's insecurity acting up and leading him to try to compete with the person in the class who he had never once been able to successfully compete with, Jiro's security in her own relationship and in Yaoyorozu's homosexuality acting up and leading her to start a fan page to Crimson Creati, and Yaoyorozu spontaneously making a tarp in the colors of the lesbian flag during an active combat situation. It also reminded the school that no one had given them the SEC Ed talk, which was an entirely separate disaster. In short, trending for being in a relationship, real or otherwise, was a one-way ticket to have an uncomfortable chat with Midnight. Izuku has been waiting for this conversation with the sort of anticipation he imagines he would have for his own execution. He wonders if he can get out of it on account that he's in crisis, and this is all supposed to be handled by the extremely beleaguered Mighty Tower PR lady who keeps a hand-painted sign in her office which reads, "Tashinori, tell me you if Anja didn't," and who started chain-smoking when she first met Izuku. And he needs to get out of it. He will not make it to the end of the week if he has to sit down with Midnight and draft a statement about how he's not canoodling with the man he sees as a brother. It will be his breaking point. "Kid," sighs Mr. Aizawa. "It's not about Train King or whatever that was. You ended up making the news for a different incident yesterday. It's not the Quirk accident, don't worry about that, but it may make you uncomfortable. I want you to know that the school's going to be here to guide you through it." He sighs again. "You may want to sit down. That's almost touching. I know about Liku." It immediately becomes less touching. "DMN it," says Mr. Aizawa. "All Might told me. He was gonna have his PR team handle it so I could focus on this." "Of course he did," says Mr. Aizawa. "Midnight's been alerted to the situation and is in the wings. When you have a chance, I want you to still sit down with her and get some instruction on how to navigate this sort of thing. So there's no benefits to having his little self doing his damnedest to implode his own life." "Will do, sir." "The next thing," says Mr. Aizawa, "I'm going to have to put you on temporary medical stay until we get a better understanding of this quirk." Oh, they hit the punishment part of this. This isn't a punishment. Izuku wonders if he said that out loud. No, he couldn't have. Mr. Aizawa must have seen it in his eyes. "You definitely lost some muscle mass and bone density to the copy. Until we know that you can still be on active duty safely, you can't go to your internship." "Can I?" He shuts his eyes. "Would you be willing to let me sort it out with my agency unofficially?" Mr. Aizawa had control over his license until he graduated, and he could file paperwork to suspend it at any moment, including paperwork suspending him for medical reasons. But license suspensions were publicly available, and Izuku cannot bear the questions it would lead to. "Just have Miruko's agency send me an email confirming that you won't go on patrol until I approve. It needn't be more intensive than that." Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Working with Miruko in his final year was a bit of a surprise, on account that she made an entire brand out of not working with anyone ever. Except one night she hit the town with Hawks, got really drunk with him, and had to listen to him yammer on about his FING cool little dude of an intern, Tokoyami, who was this funky little goth and also a bird who came with a bonus bird. This, somehow, resulted in an argument, which resulted in a drunken bet about whether Miruko could find a similarly cool little fucker of an intern. This was all later relayed to Izuku by Tokoyami, who was there when it happened. After he found out that Izuku accepted an internship with Miruko, he arrived at his doorstep with a condolences balloon and his profuse apologies for not being quick enough to save him. When Izuku invited him in, he shut off all the lights without asking, laid down on Izuku's floor, and set his phone to play mood music from a playlist labeled Halloween Ambience. And then he told Izuku everything. Tokoyami thought he was coming to a performance review and instead ended up on a deeply age-inappropriate night out, because he was, apparently, Hawk's only friend. That culminated in Mr. Aizawa formally reprimanding Hawks through UA's internship program and ordering him to, quote-unquote, please find friends your own age. Anyway, neither of them would back down from the bet. In an entirely unrelated string of events, Izuku ended up celebrating the new year with Todoroki and going out as friends to see all the festivities. It was nice, really. The streets they wandered were lonely and dark. The stars were bright. In the distance, the bells were ringing. Todoroki had been nice enough to let Izuku curl up against his left side while they walked, because it was FENG cold and Izuku forgot his scarf. They had stopped, briefly, so Izuku could have an easier job at gazing intently into Todoroki's eyes. An eyelash had fallen into one and was irritating him, and it was hard to see, because Izuku was only working with the light of the full moon under the cloudless sky. He had to lean up really close, which is probably why neither of them saw anyone approaching sooner. Some random FNG guy walked up, shoved a knife against Todoroki's thigh, and told them to get their buttes in the van or pretty boy here would be bleeding out before the bells stopped ringing. In a single look, Todoroki and him communicated 3 things with their eyes. 1. This guy was an idiot. His knife was nowhere near the femoral artery, so his threat was a hollow one, and also Todoroki could set him on fire with his mind. He was terrible at his job, which apparently was abduction. 2. He had absolutely no clue who they were. And 3. They had the opportunity to do the funniest FING thing they had ever done in their lives. Very amicably, Todoroki said, "That van," and they got in. They were model kidnapping victims. Todoroki leaned forward politely so the other kidnappers in the van could tie him, a boy who could set fires with his mind, up with normal rope. Izuku, for his part, sniffled and cried a bit while they tied him, a boy who could deadlift a Boeing 747, up also with normal rope. And then, their abductors just brought them to the central hub for human trafficking in all of Japan. Voluntarily. They waited patiently until some guy with a bad comb-over who was chewing on a toothpick looked them over and asked them what their quirks were, because that would decide what happened next. To which Izuku replied, "You're right about that," and he shoot-styled him straight in the nuts. Mirio ended up being first responder after one of the underlings called the police, sobbing and begging someone to please come take them back. Specifically, she showed up around the time that Todoroki made an iceberg larger than the one that sank the Titanic and Izuku bodily flung himself off it, triple flipped in air, and intercepted an escaping semi-truck with his own mortal body. Reportedly, she said, "He's so effing insane," and just sort of claimed him. He also was aesthetically consistent with her when he wasn't fighting crime in a jacket he borrowed from Todoroki, which sealed the deal. Izuku doesn't remember anything about the hiring process. He thinks he was just mildly concussed and desperate to escape Mr. Aizawa's lecture about how it was the absolute funniest thing we could have done in that moment. Sensei, was not a valid reason to cooperate in your own kidnapping, and what if they weren't idiots, Midoriya, what then? He vaguely remembers her muscling him into a corner to talk business, and the next he knew of the entire situation was when Mirio's agency sent him onboarding materials and a copy of his hiring documents that bore what was almost definitely not his real signature. So Izuku shrugged and just sort of went with it. It was a fun internship. He got to bodily fling himself through a lot of walls. And he became closer friends with Tokoyami, because they both ended up getting dragged out on deeply age-inappropriate outings together whenever their bosses were in the same city. And the last thing? Mr. Aizawa gives him a long look. "You have a right to know that this is a criminal investigation." Izuku frowns. "I don't follow." He nods back to the infirmary doors. "I'm opening a criminal investigation into those injuries. You have a right to know that." The floor drops out from under him. Oh, panic attack, his old friend. He's a quirk manifestation. He tries to calm his pulse and fails miserably. He doesn't legally count as a victim for the purposes of a criminal investigation. He's a quirk manifestation of a moment you experienced, Midoriya. That's more than enough for me to go forward. "We don't know that for sure," he hisses. "I don't even remember this happening. The entire thing could be a fabrication of the quirk, which is why it isn't enough to go forward on. I know you have the scars, kid. I've seen them. What I haven't seen is a police report that explains how this was handled back then." Izuku falls silent. I know this isn't what you wanted to hear. He can't stop the incredulous laugh that escapes him. Are you serious right now? Just no. Absolutely not. You can't do this. I will handle this personally, Mr. Aizawa tells him, unwavering. I'll be discreet. He doesn't want Mr. Aizawa to know about any of this either. Oh yeah? Is the file clerk at the local precinct going to be discreet? How about the guy handling the evidence box filled with pictures of 9-year-old Deku beat to sheet? He feels panic claw through his chest. He can't breathe. That's not one of his skills anymore. Sir, please do not do this. He shouldn't talk to Mr. Aizawa this way. He's never talked to Mr. Aizawa this way. Normally, Mr. Aizawa would never let him get away with it. And he wishes he wouldn't now. He wishes Mr. Aizawa would read him the riot act. Because then it would mean that he's not looking at him the same way he looks at the copy on the other side of those infirmary doors. What do those injuries look like to you? He's not taking the bait. It doesn't matter. It was a long time ago and I don't care. I do. What? I care. Mr. Aizawa stares at him, as steady as Izuku has ever seen him. You know what they look like to me? They look like someone could have killed you. Why wouldn't I care about that? Because it was years ago. So it's different now. Why should it be? Izuku blinks at him, confused. Why would it be any different between now and then? He nods at the door. You were a little boy. Someone hurt you. There needs to be justice for that. What between now and then could make any difference to what you deserved? What? That's not, he shuts his eyes, that's not what I meant. Mr. Aizawa doesn't let up an inch. Why wasn't there a police report? I already told you, I don't remember. No, but you also weren't surprised when I told you there wasn't one. Why? Izuku snaps his mouth shut. Why would I be? You're not stupid, kid. You're one of the smartest kids in my class. And you spend more time in the field than anyone else. I know for a fact that you've personally sat with victims in the hospital and helped them through the intake process. He nods back at the door. Little kid walks into the hospital looking like that, what happens? The police are called. It's not the point of this. No, it is. You had absolutely zero expectation of someone answering for this, now or in the past. He nods to the door, didn't even think his injuries were worth bringing up. Why is that? Because no one should have cared. How about this? Why does he think that we're all going to stand by and let him be murdered? No one should have cared about that either. I was just overly imaginative as a kid, he tries. Just I'd get worked up easily. It's nothing. If he thought he was in danger, why did he jump out a 4th-floor window instead of asking for help from any one of the 3 pro heroes he had available to him? Why did he think life would get better for everyone else if he just never woke up again? Why hasn't he so much as asked for his mom? Because no one ever cared. Why the hell would this moment be any different to him? The quirk in there is a fossil of him. He's a fragment that's still stuck as stupid, worthless Deku, and Izuku knows what happens when stupid Deku speaks up against someone everyone else likes. He gets blamed. Things get worse. Everything would always just get worse. He never walked into a room and expected some kind of magical, kind adult who would listen to him and care and fix everything. They were just more people who would probably hurt him. It was just better to stop giving them opportunities. It's not an answer he can give to Mr. Aizawa. It's too tangled up in who he used to be and who he already killed. He's different now. Deku means something different. He tore it down and rebuilt it into something good. People will hear the name Deku and think of salvation. They'll think of safety. They'll think that everything's going to be all right. They already do. It's already begun. He killed what Deku used to mean and buried it in Yue's garden. He's growing something new now. If this gets out, then it will take all of that away. They'll put it on the front page, right above a picture of him making himself small for everyone else's convenience. Worthless Deku and its origins. Even if it's spun as some kind of overcoming adversity story, it'll be what people think of when they look at him. They won't forget. Everything he's built will have been for nothing. But Mr. Aizawa is still waiting for an answer. And he doesn't think he has one that he can give. Mr. Aizawa. He says in a deep breath, forcing himself not to cry. It will kill me if I wake up and his picture is on the front page. He shouldn't have said that. It just came out. Stupid. Then I'm going to do whatever I have to in order to make sure that doesn't happen. But you know what I think. He nods back at those DMN infirmary doors. I think both of you expect me to let this go because that's what everyone else did. And I'm sorry, kid, but I'm not going to join the line of people who failed you. I cannot just let this go. He presses at his eyes. No tears come out. He won't let them. He's not the kid in the infirmary anymore, no matter what this stupid quirk did to him. He doesn't need Mr. Aizawa to save someone who's already gone. Mr. Aizawa's hand lands on the back of his neck, and he starts to rub slow, hesitant circles with his thumb. Breathe, Midoriya. Come on. Just like that. Izuku JRKS free before he can stop himself. Mr. Aizawa doesn't seem fazed in the slightest. I want you to make an appointment with Hound Dog. What? I'm fine. I don't need one. There's no shame in it. He knows that. Therapy's great. More people should do it. But they only want him to do it because they want to fix someone who's been gone for years. I think it could really do you some good. It doesn't have to be about this. Anything you want to talk about. Tetching, Izuku cuts him off. Just no. Stop. He shakes his head. Stop looking at me like that. Like what? Like I'm him, he spits. His jaw snaps shut as soon as his brain catches up with his mouth. And what, says Mr. Aizawa, searching his face, would be wrong with that?